White. To start this beautiful day in the proper way, I'd like to call upon our beautiful Elder Juliana Alexander and our dear relative Bart Thomas to do our welcome and our opening for this beautiful day. Cook's Jam.
Wait, gehoord en squas nog skachat. Welcome everyone. My Secwepemc name is Fawn Woman. My English name is Juliana Florence Alexander. It's Keats and Elliot of Splatsin. I was born and raised here in Splatsin. I come up from a family of 10. And my great-grandfather was Alahuhia. And my grandfather was Ciprian Louis. And my great-grandmother was Suzette Haskett. And my father and mother was Adrian Alexander Ciprian. And my mother was Mary Narcissus Louis. And I'm the only living child from the family. I have here with me my youngest son, and I have another son, and who's suffering from alcoholism. And majority of my family died from cancer and alcohol as well. Cookby, you know, our creator, I thank him for allowing you to come here and be part of our territory and Splatsin. I wanted to speak my language, but then that means I have to interpret, which takes longer. So we welcome you and we pray for you. We love you all and we appreciate sharing your culture and your beautiful songs that connect to the heart and Mother Earth and all that's given to us to survive every day and to unite our nations and our people to be strong, especially the women. And I thank you. When we're done, I'll share a song, and I think my son will too. Goksham.
I have spent learning and training and walking in different parts of the territory all over the continent. I spent a lot of years fighting for our people, our lands, our songs, and our medicines, and sometimes coming to old agreements with all the other tribes, people of North America, and some other people from all over the world have shared great wisdom. But mostly, everything I share has come from one ancestor or another. I always tell everybody I don't know anything. I'm just a man, but I walked this far to tell the story and share all the stories of your relatives. And when we share those stories, we get a chance to bring them back and spend time with them when people tell stories. And the songs is to remember the ways of life, remember the sacred things people do. But most of all, we ask the Creator to work through us because we got no power of our own, but to carry a message that this sacred place we called life on the mother, that we look after her and keep it simple, because the greatest wealth I have is your friendship. And that when I share the songs, when I share the stories, it's mostly to remind ourselves of a good way of life. So that's what that song that I sang to you belongs to my eldest daughter. It means tears from heaven. It means when we share love to the Creator, it brought tears to his eyes, and he sent the message back through rain. But today, he sent his tears of joy. So whoever comes here, I pray that not only you enjoy yourself, but bring your sacred gift. Whatever your gift is a blessing to our people here. And that's what this place is all about. It took us many decades to get this place, and many people that aren't here that we have to remember. So I just wanted to share a little bit of the stories, a little bit of song, and some good feelings. And I pray that as long as you're here, that you have a good time, and that if you have something that has troubled you, leave it here. Take only good with you from this day forth. Wherever you go, walk in the light, and that we love you and care for you. You're all our relatives, but some things are forgotten. Here we don't have any good words for war because we don't believe in it. Our greatest teachers always talked about life, talked about living. That's where my true pride is. And I am so grateful for all of my relatives for me to be here today to share these songs and these stories with you. So have a good time while you're here, and you couldn't share all the free coffee I get too. So welcome.
Here, I could bring that with you.
Good morning, Splatsin. Give it up for the Splatsin elders, Bart and Juliana. Thank you so much. Good morning, live stream. Good morning, Confluence. Very much welcome. For those of you who do not know me, my name is Joshua Jackson. My ceremonial name is Pisim Kanipuwit, which means one who stands with the sun. We are so honored to be here in this beautiful, round, awesome community center. And we are so excited. Yes, keep it going for this place. Oh my goodness. we here at Two Rivers like to start things off in the best way possible, and that is by acknowledging the people of the land rather than just acknowledging the land. And so we always want to honor those, our hosts, for graciously allowing us to gather here and share these beautiful ideas. We are very, very excited to have you. This year is very exciting for us at Two Rivers because we are trying our best to carry the momentum. The Confluence last year was Community Roots to Rhizomes, where we planted the seeds of community change. And this year's theme is Rhizomes to Resurgence. Like a rhizome rooted, interconnected, and continuously growing, Indigenous resurgence embodies resilience, evolutionary cultural knowledge, and sovereignty through collective strength and renewal. This year, we divided our Confluence into 2 parts, and part 1 was held in beautiful Songhees Territory, or so-called Victoria, BC, and it highlighted an enriching exchange of knowledge and culture, showcasing the work of Indigenous trailblazers, innovators, and activators. Their efforts emphasize the enduring through line of oral history, cultural process, and storytelling as powerful tools for driving community change. Central to this particular gathering was the focus on Indigenous natural law and governance, which laid the foundation for why we are gathering here today. So building on the momentum of part 1, this is part 2 of the Confluence this year. And this is the second, yes, thank you so much. So we're building on the momentum of part 1, and this installation will center the practical implementation of Indigenous systems. These ways of being continue to align with the transformative process of storytelling, ensuring harmony between cultural expression and action. So we are so happy to have you here today. Just getting my notes here. We have an amazing lineup for this Confluence. We have a house-it in the house. We got the chief in attendance. Give him a round of applause. Don Morrison's here. Oh my goodness, and our stunning crown jewel this Saturday, we have the transformative and transcendental artist Jeremy Dutcher, who's here to do a special deep dive. Yes. And just to let you know, this Saturday, we're calling it the Movable Feast Showcase, which is a little bit different than our regular Movable Feast, where we have a rock hard music festival where everyone gets up and dances, and we kind of just get the concert feel, and it's kind of half powwow, half Coachella. That's what we kind of aim to do. This one this Saturday is a little bit different because it's all acoustic. The artists are going to do more of a deeper dive into their craft. So they're going to tell the story behind their artwork and what they do, why they do it. So they're going to incorporate storytelling to give you an inside look of why they are part of, why they do what they do. And it will give you a little bit of a better understanding of why we hire the artists that we hire. Because every single artist that we hire at Two Rivers has a very, very awesome story to their artwork. And so we're very, very excited about that. Who is excited for Jeremy Dutcher? Oh my goodness, yes. We've been... When Mika told me, she's like, I kind of want Jeremy for this. I'm like, I do too. How do we do it? Well, let's try it. And Jeremy's team is very great. And there's a very special little presentation that we're going to have with Jeremy, which I will explain more a little bit later. But we have some very exciting news to tell you about. We have our events this year. And our first event after this Confluence is actually on Indigenous Day proper on June 21st. Actually, the 20th and the 21st, and this is in Seidel Dell. The best way to describe it is about 2 hours away from Williams Lake. And their nation actually has acquired a couple of resorts, like cabin-style resorts, and we're going to camp out at one of them and have a good old family time. Please tell all your friends. Everyone here is more than invited. Please come out and support. It's going to be a good time. I believe Asa Nabi is going to be at that one. He's going to be the headliner there. And then we also have a wonderful lineup of artists, including lots of members of our Two Rivers family. And then we have, for sure, set in stone, our island tour, where we are going to Ahouset, we are going to Tokwat, and we are going to Namgis, which is Alert Bay. We have a lot of special outside activities for that one as well. It's going to be a very good time, and that takes place the last 2 weeks of August, and we are very, very excited for these shows. Now I'd like to turn things over to the curator, the brains of this operation, the wonderful vision of whose dream this is to share all of this beautiful knowledge and have these gatherings. Please give it up for the artistic director of the Two Rivers Music Society, Mika Morgan.
Thanks, Jam, Josh. I feel so honored today to be here in Splatsin, beautiful Secwepemc. I wasn't aware of this beautiful work of art, architecture, until last year when I came here to do a show that Kenton Thomas invited us to as a Malaman Collective. And I was just absolutely in awe that it was in existence and that I didn't know about it. So we had this beautiful show here, and I just kept dreaming about it for days, of having the Confluence here. That was the vision at the time, and to stand here with these beautiful lights and to see the light of day come in above us and to see each and every one of you beautiful people here. It just breaks my heart open or stretches it or something. I'm really appreciative of that. And I want to reiterate the theme of our event, which is Rhizomes to Resurgence, because rhizomes are there storing much needed nutrients for the times where we really need them. And I feel like our ancestors and the people that went before us, especially the ones that fought really hard for us to be here today, they were storing those nutrients. And we still have to store them. Just because they're there doesn't mean that we feel we have to use them up. We still have to store them. And I see and witness the work that individuals and communities and families and even within internations are doing. And it reminds me of the generations before and the work that they did and continued, and it continues, and it continues to evolve, and this work is part of it. So I'm really, I want to ensure that each and every one of you know, and that includes my crew, our crew, all of the organizers, all of the people that came together to our aid to make this happen, that I love and respect each and every one of you. And I know that when people come together for these events, that it's always the right people that come together. And I really feel that here today. So, Cook's Jam for being here. I look forward to these next 3 days. We've been planning it for months and months, and we're just so happy that we're here. And I'd like to call upon my auntie who comes with us. We have some elders that come with us that we requested to be with us, and my auntie has been my mentor since I was very young, and I'm honored to have her in my life. I'm honored to be able to have her with us on this beautiful journey. So with that, I'd like to introduce my Auntie Vivian Sandy. You want it in here, Auntie? You want it in the, or do you want to hold it? Probably put it up.
I'll be okay.
Okay, you want me to stand?
Saulqua. I heard a man, Jachua, Nochen Sloot meet Mr. Cookby. Cookstambie Anna, Tmichn Anna, Spamachin. I give thanks for these territories. My name in my language, our language, Nochen Sloot mean Mr. Cookbees, woman surrounded by chiefs. And so the chiefs of the past talk to me. I talk to the chiefs for the people when the people come to me, no matter where I travel. As a young person, as a young child, the elders took me in the sweat lodge as a little child, my first memories. My grannies. I was fortunate I spoke the language before I went to residential school. And I look back, and all those were preparations for all the work in my 50 years, because in '72, when the occupation happened in Wounded Knee, because we just had enough. But as I listen to my Sinji today, we have been getting prepared by our ancestors from the beginning of time. And that the stories we tell each other, share with each other. I've traveled across Turtle Island, down in Mexico, and we share the stories. And that's the medicine, the good medicine that the ancestors have passed on to us to carry on the work that they had begun from the beginning of time, when they knew that visitors were going to be coming to this land. And I look back, and it's always with ceremony, gathering of feasts, bringing all young people, children, elders, adults together. We had different areas, and we have different areas where we gathered from the beginning of time. In Secwepemc. So as I look around today, and it's all young people like we prayed for, I prayed for, that our young people would wake up and be able to hear what we're sharing when they put us up here as elders. I'm a great-grandmother, but when I sat in circle this morning, I felt like a child, relearning again the things that, like Philip Deere and Thomas Binyaka, had me as a young person sit and listen, so that I'll be able to share the powerful medicine we have as gathering as peoples, respecting each other's gifts, so that my great-grandchildren, what I hear today is that the good things that we share, those are what they're going to carry, to be able to carry on the work that we're handing to them now. Even you as young people are preparing our children. We are preparing. Like I was prepared as a child, and I'm 75. And Two Rivers Remix, I see us doing that. Bringing each other together, have conversation and share our medicines in a good way. Our songs, our stories, our dance. Those are all gifts of art that the elders, when I traveled with them in the 70s, we'd go to different reserves like this and share. The way we start, the women would ask for invitation to come on the reserves, and we'd do, way back then, we'd do herbal workshops. And when we had the herbal workshops, we'd get to talk to the women and suggest having women's circles. In those days, it was pretty patriarchal how the government set it up. And when we had a meeting at the most, with all the traditional and leaders coming together, I'm telling a long story here, but it helps to understand where we're coming from. When we had the great sacred fire, and an elder named Janet McLeod, she was a woman elder of the A movement at that time, one of the elders. And she had brought us together in the Northwest, and we called ourselves Northwest Indians, Northwest Women's Circle, because we wanted to help our communities that were really into alcohol at that time. There was hardly any drugs, but so I'd like to share a song. I'm talking about like how our elders had passed down what we're so happy, because there was times when I'd cry and pray that young people would, we tried to talk to young people, they go, oh, I gotta go do this. Oh. But now there's young people that come and say, hey, can we do this? Can you help us with this? Like the other day, I got hired to go in the city. I work in a city. And flowers break through the cement. Plants break through the cement. And the old prophecy that all the animals and the plants and everything will take back the cities. We don't have to be angry about it. It's already happening. We just get ourselves prepared with our good songs and dance and circles and food and prayer. So thinking of all those ancestors from the beginning of time that saw all what we're going through today, that we're not alone, that all we have to do is be able to listen to the trees and the water. And like I have a song that the mountains, they talk. So we can all lift our hands up, say Guksham, that we're so fortunate to be a part of this healing for our nations. Da Iben Han Maz Nukusjutskuch. Da Iben Han Maz Nukusjutskuch. That's what the ancestors are saying. We'll never be alone. We'll never be alone, because sometimes I'm in ceremony and they see all the chiefs behind me. I don't see them, but we're gifted like that. Not me, but we are. And when we step forward as elders, the ancestors are the ones talking, because that's what we learned and share. Like this song, it's a Secwepemc song that I wish anybody could learn. It's one of the songs that, there's songs we have that we're not able to share in front of cameras and stuff. But this song I want everybody to learn, or I leave it open. And it's a thank you song. It's a Gukshjam. And I'll interpret it really fast. It says Gukshjam for the medicine, for everything, for our sacred pipe, because we're pipe carriers. Tsakko utin is pipe. And when these songs always have a sacred and purpose. So the song says, I give thanks for our water and our food. I give thanks for our children and our elders. I give thanks for my brother and my sister. We'll never be alone. That's what I say. We'll never be alone. We'll always remember you. We're talking to the ancestors. And then it says, have pity on us, your children. Have pity on us so that we have the strength to take care of the things that were handed to us. Have pity on us so that we can walk strong in the work that you give us. Gukshjam, and it says, thank you for Gukshjam to Hohoi the system. Gukshjam, thank you for everything. Gukshjam Tanawi, thank you for you. Gukshjam Jachua, thank you for me. So that's an interpretation. Gukshjam, Gukshjam, Gukshjam Tanawi, Gukshjam, 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 the Hohoi the system, Gukshjam, that's a golden, Gukshjam, 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 the Southwest, Gukshjam, the Steedland, Gukshjam, 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 the Smamot, Gukshjam, the Cowl, Gukshjam, 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 Knocky, Gukshjam, Smashed. Dapen het mes no question. Dapen het mes slepen jean. Kno kwende mewel waldes kwedem skog. Kno kwende majechem street. Kno kwende mewel waldes kwedem skog. Kno kwende majechem street. Kno kwende west memel Gooks jam Danoe. Gooks jam da hohwe de sister. Gooks jam jachwe. That was a song that my great-grandmother taught me when I was about 3, 4 years old, standing between her legs. And she was blind, and that's how they taught me, them elders. They would make me stand in front of them and tap dance when they're blind so they can hear the music. Made me sing. They'd get songbooks and buy songbooks, and I'd have to memorize all these songs in a book, and then they'd buy me another songbook. So that's what I was talking about, our elders training us. And I got one more to share, how we're related to everything. Reminder is a rock that our special man, Gordon, no, that wasn't him, it was the other one, that gave us gifts, and he gave me a stone, amethyst, and it shaped our old people. They told it, we gather rocks, we collect rocks, but there's a rock, it's called worry rock, or a rock that you shape, or it fits into your hand, and the things that you worry about and that you would share with the rock. And so, and this one, it fits on every way that I put it. Like, there's a certain dent that you can look at it when we're later. But kuksjam hocham hohoide. Kuksjam to hohoide some laman to wistemas kuchna. Giving thanks for all the medicines that are here, because no matter how young you are, to us you're medicine. In this great circle of sharing and caring and learning and all the things. Kuksjam hocham ho. Oh yeah, my English name, Vivian Sandy.
Auntie Vivian. So we have a very special blessing that we've been ensuring to enact when we gather together with our beautiful sister. It started with our relationship with our beautiful sister Anna from Mexico. She was brought into our life. And we started to talk about and think about the prophecy of the eagle and the condor coming together. And we both started to learn more about that prophecy, and we could feel that with the work that we were doing, that work was being actualized. And so we like to incorporate that into our welcome and what we do, and into the blessing of the day as a action of bringing together the eagle and the condor. So I'd like to introduce my beautiful sister Anna and her partner Leo, and I'd like to ask them to introduce themselves more fully. So please welcome Anna and Leo.
Kuali tonali. Piyali nogniwa. No toca Ana, Iwan Leo. No chan Mexico. Good morning, my brothers and sisters. My name is Ana and Leo, and we came from Mexico. Kuksham Telaso Kamati for listening to us, for being here. For many time, we felt separate from each other, and it's very blessing and it's very beautiful for us to be here, really far from home, but being in the presence of the eagle and the condor together. We waited for this moment so long, and our brothers and our sisters have been working and reunited with you all. That gives me hope. We are Mexica dancers. We're going to share with you today the dance of the deer. For the Mexica culture, the dance was one of the strongest cultural ritual ceremony, because with the dances, the offerings were made. The offerings for the good harvest, the offerings for the rain, for the energy of the sun, for the Great Spirit. So in the dancing, it was like this really important ceremony that it had to happen. And I'm very glad to have the opportunity to continue and to be part of sharing the dances with you all. We're gonna do we're gonna ask permission to the 7 directions in our language. Before everything happened, we used to ask permission and give a little offering of this medicine that is copal. So everything that we do during the day, during the month, during the year is blessed by the Great Spirit and by everyone here. Talaso Kamati, Kuksham.
Intonatlanesi, inistak tezcatlipoca quetzalcoatzin, Tlazocamati nejecat, intona tiawi. Titlalpalwiach to ish, iguan chilmaxochitl. Ometeo.
Ometeo. Axkan totralpalolis, insihuatlan pachaneque. Intonatiu temua. Y yayan in yausihuat, cuauhtémoc 5. Y yayan mayahuel iguan mixcoat. Y yayan chipetotec. Ometeo.
Ometeo. Nicaniguanaxcan tohuetlapalolistli in Mictlán Pachaneque, totlazocamatilican in Mictlantecutli y Juan Mictlansihuatl, in Huey Tecpatl, totlazocamatilican in Yohuali Ejecal, in Temictli, in Tlapali, Tlazocamati, Otitematilia in Copali y Juan Huehuetzotzonali. Ometeo.
Ometeo. Axkan totralpalolis, in Huistlán Pachaneque. Intonatiu, in Unepantlayan. Senso Huitzahuaco, in Tetzahuit, Tezcatlipocat. Y yayan Huitzilopochtli. Otitemactilia in Copali, in Huehuet, in Tlapitzali. Ometeo.
Ometeo. Nicanashcan, y Juan Tohuetlapalolistli, in Hueyelhuixictli, in Ilhuicaxictli. Nicanashcan Totlazocamati, in Intonali, in Inseltlaltipac. Totlazocamatilican, in Citlalime, in Tonatiu, in Mestli. Ometeo.
Ometeo. Axkan totralpalolis, in Hueytlanasi. Tlanesi cuatlicue, tonacanansin, in Ilamateo tosihuat. Otitemactilia in Copali, in Huehuet, iguan tzotzonali. Ometeo.
Ometeo. Iguanicanashcan Tohuetlapalolistli, in Tehuatl, y Juanehuatl, in Toxictli, in Toixtli, Juan Yolotzin. Here and now, we ask permission to the 7 directions to opening this day of confluence, these days of confluence, for everything to be good, to happen in harmony, and for us to be able to enjoy the work that this wonderful crew has been preparing for each one of you. We are very glad and very grateful to be here, to be part of this intercultural exchange between native cultures and native nations of the same land but also far away. Thank you for being here. Thank you for showing up with your faces and with your heart, open to receive all the information, all the blessings, and all the energy that everyone has to exchange. Again, we are very, very grateful to be here, and we want to acknowledge this land, this territory, and the nation that have received us here today to share our work, our dances. We only carry flowers, we only carry dances with us. Tlazokamati, o Meteo. Tlazokamati, Kukshan.
Cook's Jam. That was so beautiful. Thank you so much, Anna and Leo. Give them a hand, you guys. It's been such a blessing to have them with us. And the beautiful thing is, too, is they're able to work on our crew, too. So what I've been witnessing a lot through this journey is people doing a variety of jobs and things and responsibilities and roles. And I think that's really important in the way that we start to think about how we can make things work again. That we have to, sometimes people just need space. Sometimes people just need extra love. Sometimes people just need to be in places where they sit and listen rather than do. And so even in our organization, we're trying to recognize that and honor it, because everyone is beautiful and unique in their own way, has their own special gifts, just like our elder son said earlier this morning. So our first presenter is a very special man in our lives. He is not only a member of our board, but he's also a good friend of mine who I rely on to give me counsel, mentor, advise. And he's been doing some really important research lately that has brought him to places where we all come from. And I gotta find a different word for proud, because that's not the word I'm ever looking for. But I'm in deep respect of the work that he does, and his name is Ronnie Dean Harris. He's Stolo and Secwepemc, and he's been doing some really important research on the path of the transformers. He couldn't be here today because he had some responsibilities with his family that has prevented him from doing so. I'd like everyone to send him out some special prayers and to thank him for taking the time to put together something for us that we can watch on our big, beautiful screen here. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce Ronnie Dean Harris's work. Please give a hand for virtual Ronnie.
Hey everyone, how you doing? My name's Ronnie Dean Harris, aka Oz12. The ancestors know me as Kolas and Malitak, and I'm happy to be presenting to you here virtually at the Confluence. We would love to have been with you in person, but our family's going through some shifts and changes, and you'll know a bit more about that down the road. Today I wanted to present to you a continuation of some of the research that I presented here before. There's been some shifts in the work that I've been working on here, and I want to share some of that with you here. So I've got some slides. I don't have a whole lot, to be quite honest. Some of this work that I've been doing, it's going to have to be told like on a longhouse floor, and so there's not going to be room for a TED Talk PowerPoint presentation for some of that. So I got to practice just telling to you, and especially to the good people up there, Splatsin. I wish I could be there with you. Our stories are interwoven in certain ways. I don't have that particularly here in this presentation, but down the road, we're going to see how these things are all woven together. And so my presentation is called, I'll share my screen here. My presentation is called The Path of the Transformer, well, Path to the Table of Transformations. And so I want to give a shout out again to our good people at Splatsin for hosting the Confluence, taking care of our good people up there. My lineage to this work, I was born at Chilliwack in 1979. I was raised in Kwantlen Territory in a place called Albion, just across the river from Fort Langley. And I spent a lot of my life in Musqueam during my teen years and my early 20s. I now live at a place called Cheechelus, known as Sapperton, where the mouth of the Brunette meets the Fraser. I have ancestors like Coquitlam, Skalitz, Yale, Spazum, Chatsa, and Seal up there in Secwepemc Territory. And I carry the ancestral names of Malithuk, of Chief James of Yale, and Colas, which comes through my grandpa at Skalitz. This lineage of this research, the path to the table of transformation begins as a gathering process. And let me give you a brief lineage of this. And so part of this path comes from when I have interaction with E. Pauline Johnson and Chief Sapluk, aka Joe Capilano, via the book entitled The Legends of Vancouver. I was working with Full Circle Performance at the time, researching Pauline Johnson for a possible production about her. This brought me to the place names that are around Stanley Park that are listed in the book. So I started mapping them on Google Maps to do a walking tour. From there, I was able to identify names and points on the Transformers Trail around the Musqueam Territory. The street signs around the reserve even have some of these names on them, and there's stone figures and features all around the coastline of Ulkson or Point Grey, and there's a lot more other stories that are encoded into the idea of Musqueam even, but that's for a further presentation down the road. So there's a need for a map. And so to understand these places in real time, I needed a map. So around 2010, it led me to the creation of my first Google Earth layer place names map based on pins I'd found in The Legends of Vancouver, the book called Conversations with August Jack, and in the Stalo Atlas. I was able to export this Google Earth layer to the Google Earth map app on my back then so awesome BlackBerry phone. And I could see these place names somewhat in real time on the land. To place the first set of Stalo place names from the atlas, I just used an overlay function on Google Earth and then placed the points manually wherever they were. They weren't exact, right? But for me, it was a way to reference them and look at these place names on the land. And then it set off this next decade of trying to understand these dialects of the languages enough to level up the orthography. And so, as you can see, my map is still a work in progress. Leveling up the Squamish orthography, the Hunkamanum orthography, as soon as it hits the Halkamalum and the Halkamanum orthographies. So I'm in my brain learning, 5-6 different orthographies to try to understand this word. And so gathering process, right? Anthologies and mentions of traditional stories. If there are stories, I'll take them. So I've got stories from all over, right? And I can make those available to you. There's in a folder somewhere. The ones that I've gathered, I've not analyzed all of them and put them into a mapping process, but to find a lot of stories, you're just going to have to find all of them. And so I looked for anything I could find, because sometimes there'd be a mention of a story in a book or whatever. So from various ethnographic and anthropological documents, I'm able to gather a collection of stories to analyze. And this collection still continues to grow. What the heck? Okay, so looking at the Tate files was a big part of the work. The work of James Tate created an opening for me to understand the worldview from an Inca capital perspective, as well as the other cultures he worked with, including Statliam and Secwepemc. This also introduced me to wax cylinders and research by Wendy Wickwire, These included recordings by elders like Hilda Austin, Louis Sam, and Ed Hall, and Annie York, to name a few. At the most times, I limit my research to the cultures where my ancestors are from, though I have reviewed some from other cultures in a comparative analysis. But at this time, my focus spirals outwards from where my grannies and my grandpas are from. Wax cylinders. Well, wax cylinders are introduced to me by Kevin Loring around 2010. These intriguing sounds are brought to us by Wendy Wickwire. The wax cylinders present a challenge at first because the files are received at these single 700 millibyte wave files, basically a CD worth of, of audio, no labeling or separation between the songs. So when we traveled to Lytton in 2013 to listen and work with the songs with the elders, it's noted by the elders that we needed some work in creating context to do further work with the songs. As well, the audio quality of 100-year-old wax cylinders recorded onto tape and then sent out as digital audio files presented a quality issue. And so we used some various softwares to clean up some of these audio files. This also begins a process of creating a workflow to separate, label the songs, and file them with other research assets so that we can interpret and activate some of these songs. And so far, we've found handwritten footnotes, photos of singers, connected materials, and even stories. And then from this, I've been able to like give bundles of like wax cylinders and photos and files to people who are descendants of these people on these files. It's their stuff. So there they go. That's a wax cylinder. Those, it's basically, what is a wax cylinder? It's basically a record that looks like a soup can, right? Made of wax. And so that's the player. So James Tate and like Marius Barbeau, Francis Densmore, certain people, they recorded some of our ancestors on these things. And so I've been lucky enough to analyze some of them in context to with these stories, and sort of in a mapping process of like where, when, what is the context of these things. And so that leads me to Songs of the Land. Oh man, I was supposed to change that change that photo of something that was a photo of someone. So imagine that's some Anglo-Catholic people there at Lytton. So with the Songs of the Land and Savage Society, we begin to enact some of these stories with elders and youth in the community in a series of outdoor plays. And then we utilize stories from the Tate works and activate some of the songs from wax cylinders into the activations. And we continued this from, like 2013, 2014, right up until around the time of the pandemic. And so here's some photos of the actual Songs of the Land. This is like the first one when we brought the cylinders up there. And we're listening, and people were coming listening, sharing songs, and enacting some of the plays there, back behind the hotel there in Lytton. There's me, and that's me being Squirrel. I think it was like Squirrel. And then there's our brother Taryn there. Work with kids, elders, telling these stories. This is Battle of the Birds, ancient story. Collected from the Tate stuff. There's some of our cast and our crew there. Songs of the Land. Kevin, myself, lots of the kids having lots of fun there, and the old bingo hall, some more Battle of the Birds stuff. And so, the accessing these stories, and at the time it was great to be in Lytton, at the places where a lot of these stories took place, and kind of trying to analyze them from that viewpoint, right? And then putting what we could into those stories. And what I can say from that process is that these stories, every time you revisit them, you can understand something new from them. And so I won't go too much into that fractal nature of it, but every time we looked at it, there was always something new that we could find through research, through understanding, ecological knowledge, through traditional knowledge, the input of the elders, input of the children. And so that was a very active way that we were able to use those stories. And so, lineage to the research, again, it's the Massey Theater. Around 2015, I began work with the Massey Theater with what has turned out to be a decade-long research relationship towards cultural understanding. So we activated an art latch, which was a knowledge and cultural sharing back in those days, where we gathered with schools and local community members And then in 2020, around 2020, I joined the Massey team as a cultural developer, and I dedicated much of the time during the pandemic, unfortunately, to research and development, and cultural understanding. And so, we created a map, and we've got a historiography that challenges some of the dominant colonial narrative of ambiguity and division in the area. But really, that's a whole other presentation. But it's a huge lineage to this research that we're talking to here. The pandemic in focus. During the pandemic, Angelina, my darling wife in there, and we made somewhat of a pact to dedicate parts of our lives to preserving history, culture, and language. And Angelina's taken great leaps in understanding the Stadtlian language, working with knowledge keepers and linguists and teaching and preservation. And our son, he can speak a lot of the language. And my focus went to stories and then somehow back to mapping. And so we've been blessed to be able to focus a lot of our lives to research and understanding. And then, so here we are, right? This lineage back to the paths or the tables. And so there's a resource lineage as well, right? A lineage to resources. To me, understanding these paths come from a number of sources. Wayne Suttles, the KT ethnographic notes, and the Coast Salish essays is gospel doctrine around here. And I've been reading those two books since I was my son's age. Wayne Suttles and his cohort have focused a lot of knowledge in what is deemed Coast Salish knowledge. So for me, that's been a big source of knowledge for what I'm explaining now. James Tate, and again, sorry, I'm supposed to have a picture of James Tate. So imagine James Tate in that photo, black and white, some up there at Spence Bridge. So as well, James Tate's recordings of the stories. Let's talk about the Inglo-Catholic stories in isolation, is that these stories need some work and organization still. Following the path of the stories can be confusing in the text, and I suggest people would start at probably the traditions of the Thompson and then work through the other ones. There's many footnotes and references to other texts. It's pretty confusing sometimes, just because you'll cut from his story and be like, oh, well, the rest of the story is just the same as referred to in this book, and refer to this story to get. And I would say start at the traditions of the Thompson, work through the others, because it doesn't do that a whole lot. And at some point, we'll sort it out into an anthology and a flow and map it, and get an original photo of James Tate for my presentation. I don't know who this fellow is. It's in the keynote. Stock photos. And so the CPAS poems, obviously CPAS poems connected to my family, both the old and new books. I just got the old versions, and there's a lot to interpret still from in there. And these offer another viewpoint of the creation stories and ages of the transformers, as well some of the looks into the comparative analysis of symbols and stories. I can tell you more about that later, but what I can tell you about the CPAS poems is that they represent a complete telling of them that were left by Chief William CPAS to Eloise Street, and then in the language, and then translated, and then orthography created by Oliver Wells, and then now we have this iteration of the stories. And I think it's just an entry point into a viewpoints on the cosmological understandings of the Lower Fraser, or at least people in the Stalo territory. But of course, Chief CPAS also has roots in other places, and so you could see similar symbols and other stories in the CPAS poems, and so they're very important. So the old book too, there's an original printing from the 60s. Look at it. There's stuff in the forward there that I didn't see, that's not in the new version. And so they've got the new version with the new orthography. They have a CD read by Brother Gabe George, and also language support materials. So the CPAS poems, I would get it, I would read it and start to understand those ones. Boaz, obviously, Boaz. I mean, some of the Boaz works of the late 90s, I still have to analyze some of these and map it. But he's one of the first around here recording stories. Of course, he was the boss of James Tate or whatever, kind of, right? And then he recorded our ancestors' viewpoints, creation stories, some places of significance. And while the work is sparse, it needs analysis. And, his viewpoints, he has some vital stuff there to reference. And if you're extrapolating the understanding and try to get past the other stuff, it's great. Grain of salt, yeah. Hill 2. Hill 2's reporting on both the coastal and the interior sales is sometimes sparse, but in connection with all the other materials, proves to be vital in putting forward. And again, something I read when I was a child, but have picked up again in recent times. Actually met a descendant of Hill 2 who's got more information for our relatives up there. He worked with Chief Michelle. And so we're trying to find some descendants of Chief Michelle to put this materials back together. He's over there somewhere in England. And so he reached out. And so, this is a part of the work is like sometimes the descendants of these people might have stuff that hasn't been analyzed. Also, these materials haven't been looked at with our eyes with as we have like divergent research interests than Hill 2 or Franz Boas or even Wendy Wickwai or Andrea Lafayette, right? So let our eyes take a look and see what we can see, right? Come on. Annie York. Obviously, the recordings of Annie York with Orchard Imbert, Larry Thompson, Wendy Wickwire, Andrea Lafayette, the Spuzum book, They Write Their Dreams on the Rocks. Annie York, she's like, spent a lot of time traveling as a young lady, as a nurse, learning from the elders, speaking languages, and she's not always on the direct viewpoints of transformer stories in this context, but she always offers insight into cultural understandings, intertribal connections of the people, as well. Her knowledge of the language has helped me to understand a very profound Anglo-Catholic worldview, and also interpretation of some of the wax cylinders. And so the work of RELAW, the RELAW works by West Coast Environmental Law gave me like a legal framework in my mind of really how to understand these layers of stories and how they're connected to our title and rights. I don't know exactly what you learned from RELAW, but for me, this work is of utmost importance to this story work that I do so that it has meaning, that it has a tangible activation in what we do and into achieving protection of these lands and organizing ourselves for governance and self-determination. And so, if your nation has a RELAW and you haven't read it yet, like stop this now and then go to, okay, not now, but right when this, immediately when this is done, go read it. It's good stuff. It's like, this picture of Linda Redan laughing her head off on her statlium one. Go get it. It's awesome. Obviously, Art Manual, Russ Dabo, George Manual. The movement of the people who come before us, who helped us to understand the terms of sovereignty, the terms of title and rights, right? I'd have to say this: the work on returning to mapping was largely influenced by the works of Art Manual, Russ Dabo, and their views on title and rights. I wanted this research to have a purpose, and their works really helped me to have an understanding of what it means and what I can do to be an active part of that for my, towards the title we speak of. And so, understanding these terms of use and place names and all these things that all can be told via a map. And from the real world, obviously, there's a ton of teaching in the real world from when I was just a child. First hearing about cacaos from my grandparents and to being just bestowed with a name, with a story that would activate this search. And more recently, I've been lucky to have elders and knowledge keepers I can bounce ideas off of. Those connections and risks have brought some great rewards in understanding the system of stories. And so it comes to, again, the lineage of the resources to this path to the table, right? And so the paths. I used to think the stories were just like a bunch of things that existed around or in various places, some of which we understood to be poetic license or imaginations. And some would even limit it to the effects of hallucination or vivid dreaming during ceremony. And that wasn't good enough for me. So there's ancient context and syntax. So when we pick up the line of this ancient narrative, we don't often understand the stories. And they could seem weird or even offensive to our viewpoint and worldview in the current. So we just hang up. And I do often picture this like picking up the phone and listening to your ancestors speak the language. And at first, you might not understand the references, the context, the syntax, the humor, the implied ideas, the emotions. But after you listen for a while, you'd start to understand and hear patterns and start to see some of those devices. And this can be seen with the stories. Even just at a first glance, with the existence of repeated stories or symbols in various places, we can tell that there are some connections. But without context or a legend of syntax, they can seem really weird. I mean, coyote stories come to mind. You guys know there's probably a place. You guys know what's up. And so, coyote, key rice. I mean, I used to think the Transformer stories just magically turned into coyote stories, and that like coyote just interchanged with the Transformers, and then even entertained the idea that Chaos was like our version of Christ, and shoot, even ancient aliens. But the stories are way more layered and interwoven than that first glance. And you'll wish it was aliens once the self-realization of the responsibility hits you, but that's for later. So to be quite honest, and to give it time here, you couldn't go into the complete story. It's Chief CPAS, it was said it took 4 days to tell that entire story. So I'll try to share some more ideas in the time that we're given here that make these stories so important to me, and the approach to arranging them that has really affected my life in a profound way. And so the confluences, like where we live right here, you know, I don't have the map here, but you can go look at it. We're at the confluence of many rivers and creeks. We're at the mouth of the Burnett, which is near the Coquitlam and the Pitt Rivers. So this hyperconfluence, combined with the meeting of seawater and a delta, creates a unique environment and ecosystems that are connected to the meeting of fresh water and ocean water, while teeming with life upon the contact of these colonial entities. Basically, when colonizers got here, I mean, it was teeming with life. This place wasn't always inhabitable by humans, and this is recorded in the stories. So our ancestor Old Pierre states that this place was uninhabitable during the time of the skyborn ancestors. Creation had placed a number of ancestors around the lands to carry out deeds that would transform the lands and waters and provide sustenances for our people to survive. This era of ancestors, through skyborn transformations, would bring us various river systems, land features, and cultural keystone species such as ulican and sturgeon, deer, and sockeye salmon. These gifts of either union or transformation. These gifts would activate population growths and innovations and movements, new eras of transformations through Chakals or transformers. These interactions also activate ceremonial movements, still maintained today, connected to the reverence for these ancestral interactions. The first salmon ceremony comes to mind. This ceremony comes from the ancient interaction of Swanaset, the Sockeye salmon people. His union with them brought the Sockeye salmon to this river system. I keep pointing out here because it's right here. So the Sockeye salmon is the only other animal considered to have a soul. And so this is the reason why we return the bones and skin to the water of the first Sockeye. These beings are humans in their lands. And so they return to these waters because of this ancient relationship with Swanaset and his Sockeye wife, as well as a couple other Sockeye human unions. And so there are other ceremonial movements that exist connected to this, but I won't go deeply into that here just because it's somewhat sensitive materials. But just know that these connections travel even across the border into the US region. The Transformer ideas and stories can be followed down through Washington, Oregon, and into California. I have some more ideas on this for a future presentation. We could look at the Delta. For now, we can understand that before the skyborn ancestors, these lands were uninhabited. And through the descriptions in the Katzie narrative, it was salt water up into just below what is now New Westminster. I'll point out here again. And Tsawwassen was still an island in the description of the stories. So on a little side note, from a geological perspective, from what I've looked at, we can clock this around 4,500 years ago in the Holocene era, and then probably the advent of Sockeye and the Skyborns around 10,000 around the Pleistocene era. Still confirming some work on this. You know, I didn't set out into this world to be a geologist or any of this, but it all comes into it. makes sense. All these stories about, you know, people being turned to stone, some geology, geomorphology stuff in there. I've still a bit of work to do on that part. So back to our ancestral narrative. Kakals transformers. So after the Skyborn transformers, they bring the three bear brothers and sister. The transformers would finish the work of the Skyborn ancestors through a series of transformations in the form of stone or land features and transformed ancestors that would become these cultural keystone species within these watersheds where we live. And so these transformed ancestors would come up to shape the ancestral configurations of our tribal alliances and movements around the land. Like a lot of the totemic expressions, like our nations are named after some of these transformations. Expressions of some of these transformed ancestors could be seen in the form of like house posts and the crests, or stories encoded into places around the land. Around here, we refer to them as our Secwepemc ancestors. And so the three bear brothers and sister, their journey really begins at the head of Harrison Lake, performing a number of actions until traveling up into the interior. From the Lower Fraser perspective, they travel up into the sunrise and appear back in the delta. But from the interior Salish perspective, a number of actions and interactions are recorded in the narratives. And there are interactions of other powerful beings, such as Coyote and Kokquala, recorded in a number of cultural viewpoints. And so from the delta near Tsawwassen, the three bear brothers and sisters continue up through Musqueam, up past here at New West, up into Pitt River, up into Pitt Lake, and then Alouette, and then they go back down to the Fraser and then up into the canyon again. Many species and stone figures are left around in their wake. So place names. Some of these interactions are recorded in place names, and these place names can span a number of language dialects and indicate viewpoints that these creational stories, they indicate a number of dialects that indicate viewpoints of creational stories rather than ownership of them. So though these interactions also illustrate the tribal connections through cosmology and boundaries. It seems in many cases that even when the political status of a certain place name connected to the story of transformation, it's like the symbol of that remains, even when the politic of that land space changes. So I've seen some pretty compelling examples of transformer stories transferring from language dialects through territorial boundaries. And so like less academically spoken, it's like when the place people shift and move for whatever reason, it's like that ancient symbol or place name still exists there, even in a different language. And so you can find some places where, you know, a place name is in a different dialect or a different language, but it's in a different territory, not because of ownership, but because like the Transformers went there, like the coastal Transformers went there, did something, and so it's named in the Halkomelem language, but it's up there, if that makes sense, right? It's like the container of the story is in the language of the Transformer that did the deed, sort of thing. At least I've found that in a couple cases. I'm not going to mention that publicly because I'm still trying to talk to some elders about it, but it's very interesting. Interaction, not interference. So these sets of Transformer stories, they interact, but they never interfere with each other. Like I mentioned before, I thought they were interchangeable characters, but now I'm coming to understand that these stories have a breadth of a universe akin to Marvel or even other large ancient scriptures like the Bhagavad Gita or the Vedas or huge stories where these characters interact. But the oral nature of these stories presents a challenge of narrative alignment and interpretation. But with comparative analysis, we could start to see some things emerge. From this trail of transformations, we get the transformed ancestors in these various places around the land, or soft tamuk. These ancestors give us connection and activation of deep traditional ecological knowledge of these keystone species in our watersheds. And so our totemic expressions of these beings as our ancestors stems from these travels of these transformers into the lands during the times of transformation, or Secwepemc or Spatak, as referred to up the river there. And the tables. So path to table. Why do I describe it as a table? After years of gazing at these stories, implementing some comparative cosmologies, furthering that with introductory linguistic analysis, I've come to the current understanding that this trail or path ends up being much more like a table or a system of tables at which our ancestors sit. Let me try to explain. So in the beginning, at least here in this area, in the estuary of these watersheds around the Lower Fraser here, we had these uninhabitable lands and waters. Skyborn ancestors come. They alter the land, sacrifice parts of themselves and their families for us to be able to live. These actions bring sturgeon and deer, and then ulikin and seagulls, even seals, and which turns bring sockeye salmon to our river. After this, the transformers, our house, continue the work of the skyborn ancestors, creating our transformed ancestors, whom which some of our us here are still connected or carry the names or emblems of. Let me say that again. After this, the transformers, they continue the work of the skyborn ancestors, right? And they create our transformed ancestors. So these are the species created from humans, which some of us are connected to, or we carry the names or emblems of. I said that better that way. Also, we depend upon balance and the understanding of the delicate, intricate ecosystems around our watersheds through the spiritual connections with these beings. So these ancestors who sit around the lands defined by the trail of stories, like a table or system of tables in the scope of offerings. And so when we think about offerings and our connection to the land, and we think about what gave themselves, why do we refer to them as our ancestors? It's because of these actions of our skyborn ancestors, who some of our human ancestors gave themselves to become some of these beings, right? Does that make sense? And so they are our ancestors because some of these species, keystone cultural species, were transformed from our literal ancestors. And so when you look at a raccoon's hands, or you look at a mole's hands, or you look at the actions of some of these animals, or our connections to them, or our deep knowledge of a lore about them, it comes from these actions of these transformations. So at the tables, so if this is a system of tables, to me, this is how I've seen it so far. So at the tables nearest to us is our ancestors within us in this living time. So, your grandparents, all the way back till we get to the next table, which is the transformed ancestors who we talk about, who were our ancestors, who gave themselves to the land to become wolves, ravens, beaver, deer, moles, cranes, bears, and others, forming this generational era of our cultural keystone species within the watersheds we live. And so next to them at the next table is the transformers who transform them. That'd be chachals. Up in the Secwepemc Territory, so it would be Coyote, going further, the edge of Coyote, Secwepemc Territory, and even down towards into Ilk Territory would be Coquilla, the son of Hogfennel. And I'm sure we could probably fit Raven and some others in here as well, but for the purpose of this brief analysis, we'll just include these beings for now. Raven is a little bit out of my ancestral range, but definitely transformation and definitely part of this interwoven somehow. On the next to that table would be the skyborn or the sky transformed ancestors. I say sky transformed because I've come by evidence of some of these beings going up as humans and coming down as transformed. Like finding the birthplace of some of these skyborn ancestors doesn't mean there's birth. If you're born somewhere, then you're not born in the sky. So I think their brilliance or their powers were born in the sky, as told by the stories and the shape of the stories. And so, to these skyborn ancestors, that includes Swanasittakatsi, Semlanochat Musquim, Sem Kameltakachkala, Sorakithio. And there are many others around the Lower Fraser, up into the canyon area, up into the Secwepemc Territory. A sky transformed or skyborn ancestor, sky transformed ancestor would include Coyote's son, right? As he went up, seen some spiders, came down, had all kinds of power. So the tables next to them would be the salmon people, right? And their transformed families, Ulukins, seagulls, and the other beings that are entering our scape at that time. And then next to them is like the old ones, and that includes like spider, serpents, the ancient activators of these deeds, and the knowledge keepers above. And my inference at this last table would be entities like Hape and Cedar, or other old beings on this land. Still, I'm trying to work out like I don't want to call it a hierarchy, but I feel like there's a system that these ancestors sit at this table, just because I think the stories are also comments on the evolutionary chain of events that have happened in this area, predating the ice age, the Great Flood, the formation of the Delta, but also before then, if you're looking at the idea of animals crawling out of the water, becoming land beings. So there's comments on these. Again, they need to be arranged and analyzed for the symbol so that we can sort of see the flow of what our ancestors were telling us in these stories. And so my inference, like I said, some of these old beings like Cedar, and different older entities connected to some of the ceremonies that still happen to this day are sitting at these tables. And so I tried to put it sort of like in a table. Above the salmon people, old spider serpents. I think the old ones are just like, they're not even material yet, right? The old energy ancestors who literally are magnetism and electricity, but that's for a further presentation. You guys all right? Where does it leave us? It leaves me with a lot more questions, work to do in untangling these narratives into something that can be accessed and interpreted. To me, these stories hold some profound knowledge through symbolism and indicate a deeper knowledge of the land and creation, organized into a symbolic narrative. That, again, is akin to a universe with a deeply woven lore. So in terms of grease trails, I think the advent of Ulukin is key to our existence around this area. I have some more work I'm putting together around just this idea alone. But I can share here that without Ulukin, we wouldn't have sockeye salmon. Because if Swanasit didn't descend to the sky world to take his wife, we wouldn't have Ulukin. And without Ulukin, he wouldn't have traveled to gamble and invite the people to enjoy the bounty, furthering political and familiar ties into the Puget Sound and the Salish Sea. In this journey, Swanasit travels so far south that to the land of the Sockeye people, where he stays for a while and takes a wife. When they return home after some time, her relatives follow and promise to return every year. In return, we're supposed to return the bones and skin of these first fish of the season. In this journey, Swanasit travels so far south. Am I saying this again? No, I'm going to say it again. And he stays, he takes a wife, and they return home. After some time, her relatives follow and promise to return every year. In return, we're supposed to return the bones of these first fish. And, through a linguistic analysis, I could see that the connections through cultures within the range of Ulukin bearing watersheds, wherever there's Ulukin, there seems to be some sort of connection, right? Now, the range of Ulukin goes way up by Rupert there, all the way down to the Klamath River, right? So the indicators in these stories speak of the marriages of these mountains within some of these ranges. Again, it's another work I'm putting together with some other thinkers and researchers, but the idea is that like the marriage of the mountains sort of illustrates the connection of the watersheds. That again is something I'm putting together with further ideas. But it is evident that this seasonal economy of Ulukins is a huge part and framework of language and thought in much of the stories and avenues of expression. So this, in connection with the familiar ties to sturgeon and sockeye salmon, it puts us and our ancestors in a position of protection and stewardship, where we literally have skin and bones in the game. Does that make sense? It's like that whole idea of like, oh, well, these are our ancestors. It's not hyperbole to us. Like, we literally have skin in the game, in the stewardship and the protection of these beings and their existence here. If that makes sense. And so for me, if you think about it, the center of most civilizations is their calendar, right? I mean, the Christian empires like did much damage to try to make us believe in their calendar. And so the seasonal appearance of Ulukan and Sakai is central to our ancestral calendars and economies. And Ulukan weaves us together. In terms of our movement here, as we create this movable feast, offerings of art and music, we can look to a deeper cultural understanding and connection to creation through story and design. We're on the right path, or the right tables, however you want to put it. Mapping, for me, my work in the last year has been with the Massey and with Seabird Island Band, understanding these stories and mapping them. Can't show you these maps quite yet, but I'm working on stuff that can be shared publicly soon. And I would encourage you to understand some map making principles and processes. The old people used these stories as a map. The languages, sacred sites, transformed ancestors, acting as layers and legends to the many ecosystems and communities around. I have also had this idea that the seasonal activation of Ulukan, Wapato, Sakai, these stories, language, cultural understandings of creation were spread throughout the Salish Sea, Puget Sound, with indicators all throughout the coastal region. This journeyman mode of transmitting stories and the knowledge encoded within them can be seen in the language through signatures and markers and the stories and symbols. Geohazard story map, one of the current projects I'm working on involved is a geohazards map, looking at geohazard data, transformer stories as a framework for identifying cultural risks and hazards. This can hopefully be an activator for early warning systems and an Indigenous viewpoint at geohazard data and mapping. As well, right now, I've got some interested ideas in dissemination for this research in both academic and artistic avenues. I've learned a lot about how our ancestors viewed the world, and one understanding is that everything is woven, from matter to our mothers to the magnetosphere, everything is woven. And so this process is much like weaving, as we gather our materials and we spin threads from it, and then we're able to weave together our understanding. And this is the process of the confluence. It's a weaving together of the understanding of family and the weaving of our ancestry and connected knowledges. I'm pretty sure that our ancestors knew what they were doing when it came to gathering, sharing this knowledge, and arranging it in a way that was accessible and in a way that could be embodied by all people from young to old. So what I'm sharing for you now is like it's a look into some of the stuff I've been looking at, and it's been a lot. It's been a constant download of information, but profound things have kind of come about through it, and I just wanted to be able to share a little bit with you there as you all come together to bring together your expression and your knowledge, your wisdom, and also that you carry from your ancestors and from the lands that you come from. And so as we arrange this new economy in music and this new economy in art and this new shape of how we're going to come up against the challenges we have, climate disruption, eco-havoc, this is the work that we do to try to have a deeper understanding of our ancestors who come together. Some of us, our communities came together through crisis and are together through crisis today. And so that's not the only reason we're woven together, but it's not the first time we've come across these things. And so that's going to be my time. If you have a need for stories, I can let you look at what I have. As for work, find your local transformed ancestors, those stories, the habitat of those transformed ancestors, the ecological web that is connected to them, and protect it with your life. Thank you very much. Lucian.
Awesome. I miss Ronnie not being here, but it was so nice to see his face and to hear his words. And one day I would like to hear that 4-day story. Maybe next year we have to have a week-long event here. So I'm already thinking about ideas. So anyone else has ideas, let me know. Lunch is ready, but we're going to have one of our beautiful elders do a prayer for us. Auntie Ruby Dennis. She's Dakel. I'll have her introduce where she's from. But she's been a beautiful addition to our board and our elders consult. Can I call you up, Ruby? Before these last two Confluences, we've been having an elders consultation session, and they've been really, really beautiful, and Ruby has been a part of all of them. So I'm very honored to introduce our beautiful auntie, Ruby Dennis.
Howdy, you all hungry? I just want to say thank you to everybody so far that spoke, and for the welcoming, and for the sacred teachings, and for Ron for his presentation. I just want to make it short and sweet because we're all hungry, and I want to thank the people of this land, and I want to just say a little short prayer. I'd like to thank the Creator for all that He has given us, and that has opened our hearts, opened our eyes, and opened our minds, and that have given us this food that we're about to eat, and to thank the people in the organizations for making the food for us so that we can nourish our bodies. I'd like to thank the Creator for this beautiful day, and for the sacred fire that is outside, which I went to see and blessed all my stuff. And I'm just really saying thank you very much for everything, and for Mika for inviting me. At the last moment, I didn't prepare anything, so thank you so much, and have a good meal.
Thank you. All right, lunch is ready. This is how I'd love for it to go down. We have some elders liaisons or any young person available. I'd like to have the elder served first, so that they get to eat first, and then we will have our crew who's going to hop right out onto lunch real quick, and then get right back to their positions, and then we will have the delegation, the general delegation, go and eat, and then we'll kind of get started from there. I'd like to bring back Mika Morgan just to introduce our, what we like to call the in-betweeners. So Mika, come back.
We get to have the wonderful honor of having Anna and Leo come up again, and I'd like them to express what their dance is about. Oh, you got your headset, that's right.
Hello. Hello, everyone. It's us again. You're gonna see us offering several dancings through the Confluence. Right now, we want to offer this dance called Weitlaktuani. Weitlaktuani it will be like the equivalent of chief. It's like the person in charge to represent a nation in Mexico. Wei means like great, and Tlactoani, it is composed of two words, Tlactoa and Tiani. Tlactoa is referring to the worth, and Tiani is like the one who carries, so it traduces like the one who carry the words, the speech of their people, of their nation, the represented, the one who represent. We want to offer this dance for all the elders and all the chiefs that are still representing and leading their communities all across Mexico, Canada, or whatever name they've been putting into our native lands, Anahuac, Turtle Island, for them to remain strong and remain guiding the youth. Tlazokamati. Se, home, yay, nawi. Se, home, yay, na. Ometeo. Tlazokamati.
All right, keep it going for Anan Leo. It's always so absolutely wonderful that we have we call them our cousins, our family from the south, to give their Indigenous offering to the Turtle Island, and we're so happy to have them. Up next, we'd like to bring out another Indigenous from South America artist that we have traveling with us. She comes on tour very often with us. She now lives in Vancouver. She is a movement artist. She's a dancer, a choreographer, a writer, a singer, an activist. She is such a wonderful spirit, and she's one of our favorite people to bring up, and we're always super happy to have her. So I'm just wondering where she's at right now. So before we bring her up, Mika did mention something about us having an elders council before these confluences, and we found this really, really important because it's our job to listen and implement the things that they had to say. We laid out the things that we were doing for this year, and we had our elders kind of give their take on it and what they wanted to see and all the special things that we did. And it was very transformative, and it was a really wonderful time. So we've carried that momentum. In the spirit of carrying momentum, we've carried that momentum into this event. And we actually had another elders meeting, an even bigger one, with a more round table kind of discussion about the future of the elders' involvement in Two Rivers. And we are so happy to bring you the news of that. So right now we'd like to bring up, without further ado, while you guys are getting something to eat. And if you haven't eaten yet, please go and line up. Now is the time. We're going to get started shortly after we bring up this next artist who we love to death. Ladies and gentlemen, Judith Colibri.
Hi everyone, I'm Judith Colibri, and I'm so happy to be here. I acknowledge that I am in Indigenous territory, so thank you for inviting me. And yeah, I want to share a little bit about my history, but I need a little bit help. So I want to invite my friend Leo. And yeah, I hope that you enjoy this performance.
All right. When I was a child, I had a recurring dream. In this dream, I was chased to be killed, but I always managed to escape and reach a safe place. Years later, my father told me the story of my great-grandparents who were persecuted and stripped from their land. They migrated to survive from what is now known as New Mexico to the south because of the Mexican Revolution. Now, I no longer have the dream, but that dream became my reality. To escape, to stay alive. I am here now in Canada under the process of refugee because a man tried to kill me with a machete in the forest down in Mexico. And it is thanks to my friend Hannah who defended me that I am alive today. But I could be one more number of the Femino genocide consented in my country. 12 women are murdered and disappear daily, enlarging the list of activists and human rights defenders. With the help of the mothers of the victims, this man was jailed for 2 years, but we could not have access to justice, and Daniel Luna de la Rosa is free, like many other rapists and murderers in Latin America. Dance has really helped me to heal and canalize my emotions, as well to make this problem socially visible. I met the directors of Butterfly in Spirit in 2021, a group of Indigenous women who dance in honor of the MMIWG here in what we call Canada. In an international brigade at the inauguration of the support of the autonomous health clinic under the Zapatista model of the indigenous Wixárika and Tepehuana community of Azquetlán in Jalisco, Mexico. At the time, they legally recovered a good part of their territory after several attacks and aggressions by the cartel colluding with the government in 2021. And so it began my connection with the indigenous communities here, with whom I feel embraced and grateful for all the support that I have been able to find. Now, I want to share this contemporary dance performance that I have just created related to the Meadows report, which is a warning of the biophysical limits of the planet to the excessive economic growth. It is also an invitation to reflect on our participation in the reproductions of systems that are putting life as we know in risk, with climate change as a manifestation of this imbalance.
Oh my goodness. Wow. She's so talented. Give it up for one more time. How's lunch, everybody? How's lunch, VirtualFeast.ca? For those of you who are not here, tell all of your friends. This is all live streamed. This is all live streamed on VirtualFeast.ca. And please tell all your friends from local area. We are wanting people in this venue. We're going to actually have a lot of people. It's going to look a lot different on this Saturday. But we really do want to spread the word. And what better way to spread the word than that old moccasin telegraph? Word of mouth works a lot better than you think. Tell all your friends to visit virtualfeast.ca for the live stream of this Good Afternoon live stream. Please give a round of applause for our caterer, Ken. All the wonderful food. It is very hard to cook food for this many people, and our crew works very hard. To put this stuff together, and we have to feed them very well, and we love doing that, and we love working with our family. So, thanks to them. So we have still a wonderful second half of the day. Feel free to keep eating, but we're going to kind of keep rolling with our regularly scheduled programming. Like I said, part one of the Confluence was all about governance and Indigenous governance and using storytelling as a through line to dictate how we govern ourselves. This part of the Confluence, as I said, is just a little bit different. And the difference between this Confluence and last Confluence is that this one, we're not super focused on the governance part. So we're not, focused on too much about, decision making and these big broad strokes. We're actually trying to dive a little bit deeper and to explore other avenues of, big brush strokes to inspire community change. And in that heart and in that intent, we've kind of curated some different kinds of artists and different kinds of art forms and different kinds of offerings to present to you, and this is no different, and we are very, very excited. So we're just going to give them just a minute to set up what they're offering, what they're doing for you back here, and I can tell you about a couple of things. How are you doing, Kelly? 2 minutes, okay. Do you guys want to hear a joke? All right. What do you call an Indigenous person with one knife? Oh, you call him deadly. What do you call an Indigenous person with two knives? You call him too deadly. Oh, I'm here all night. Ah, ha, ha, ha. Pause for laughter. Ha, 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 ha. Very, very funny. That's the only joke I know. But just a shout out to some people in the house. We got Angie Thorne, the Social Development Director of our host nation for Main Feast this year. Stuck Taus, a.k.a. Bonaparte. Give her a round of applause. We got Chief Rampinen in the house from Ahousit. Give him a round of applause. And the family, the whole family. We got the family affair here. We have wonderful guests. We have Don Morrison. We have Marlene Hale. We have Kula Lewis. We have our dearest, closest friends, and I think I see blues legend himself, Willie Thrasher, and his lovely wife, Linda. Oh my goodness. Fresh. Awesome. And just, we love this gathering because we get to invite our closest friends and the people who mean the most to us to come and share in this knowledge and these ideas and these offerings and the things that that make Two Rivers what Two Rivers is. We are more than just a music festival. We are more than just these gatherings, these conferences. We are a society that promotes healing, and we want to make sure that that it rings through in all of our key messaging. So now I'd like to bring up our next artist to get this afternoon. Yeah? Good. Yep. So, while you're enjoying your lunch, I'd like to introduce Callie Van Stone. Give her a round of applause. This artist basically does everything. dances, songs, poetry. She's working on getting a poetry book published, recording songs, starting a dance group, doing visual installations, an all-around artist, an all-around powerhouse. And I will let her take it from here because I have been talking for too long. So please give the warmest Confluence welcome to Callie Van Stone.
Hey, I, oh, ho, he, oh. Hey, I, oh, he, oh, he, oh. Hey, I, oh, he, oh, he, oh. Hey, I, oh, he, oh. Hey, I, oh, ho, he, oh. Hey, I, oh, he, oh, he-yo, hey-I-yo, he-yo, he-yo, hey-I-yo, he-yo. Why? Why Easqueeze Cali Vanstone, Kin Scaluch, not to Secwepemc, Kintil Kamapalux, the Kamlux, Nash to Kilona, Kikenmut, in Quachla Happy Squeeze, Brenda Lewis, with Gary Vanstone, in Coulton's Easqueezed, Mike Lewis, till Okanagan Indian Band, Edna Lewis Joseph, till Chuchwa, Doreen Perry, till Bonaparte, with Howard Vanstone, till America. Kin Limty, Impeals, Kin Gemengti, Guayman Chut, Ush Kukkaimin, Ush Pumin, Kin Limty, Ixmi Panuna mi Scalch Chout, Itum Hulau, Ipis Naxilch, Isuch Watmayam. So, hello everyone, my name is Callie Vanstone. I'm Sealch in Secwepemc. I'm from the head of Okanagan Lake. My parents are Brenda Lewis and Gary Vanstone, and my grandparents are the late Mike Lewis from OKIB, Edna Lewis Joseph from Chuchwa, Doreen Perry from Bonaparte, and the late Howard Vanstone from the States. I really like to dance. I like to write songs and write poetry. And just to be Indian, that's what I like to do. So I'm really grateful to share this space with all of you and with my mentor, Marielle. So yeah, that was my coming out of the pit house song. So it's just a little, I guess, uplifting song, and it's meant to just feel like that melody's kind of coming out, and you just start humming it as you're getting ready, and you feel the spring coming. And you're ready to come out of the pit house, and it's meant to uplift our people. And yeah, so I wanted to start with that one. I have a few things I'll try and do today. I think the next one would be, maybe I'll try the song that I wrote. It's called Hayilch, and that means like to move together. And it's a song in Inkalakchin, and it means whether you walk carefully each step or you're like swift and nimble, as long as you move together, you're invincible, you're protected. So move together, move together, move together. Wawish tichin, kumai mist, kukis papua. Chachku hayil, hayil, hayil. Wawish tichin, my mist, kukis papua. Chachku hayil, hayil, hayil. Wawish tichin, my mist, kukis papua. Chachku hayil, hayil, hayil. And then I think I'll do a couple like spoken word poems I wrote, but they're also songs. So I really like to make art where I get to choose
what form it takes, whether it's a poem or a song or a prayer. I think that's our powers. We get to create it and decide. This one's called Skokarina, and it means shell. Kinkispa sintum incha, ulinant, kishiao, snaks chachnil, ink almin. So that meant, I think of myself covered in shell, encapsulated, protected, each color a prayer. This one's called Welikt. It's in Secwepemc, and it means sparkle. Welenwiekt, Sekusen, Kwekemens, Welikt, Kwekemens, Queen, Leemtaptep. Welenwiekt, Sekusen, Welenwiekt, Welikt. So that says, we stars, we dare to sparkle. We dare to be phosphorescent. We dare to be phosphorescent when it gets dark. We stars, we sparkle. And yeah, I mostly just started kind of doing this work as a part of just healing. I was in school and trying to do that, and I experienced some violence on campus, and it was really hard to kind of put myself back together and see what kind of support I had, because you try and look some places and it's not always, I guess, what you'd expect. So I really looked deep into like what we do to heal, and we sang, and we drummed, and yeah, and we danced. So you have to kind of move through those emotions and put them somewhere else. So that's what I learned about, and what I'm trying to work through, I guess. So I just pray any of my feelings go up where they need to go and they don't land on you. And yeah, I guess I'm just hoping to, about a year and a half I've been doing this, trying to be a professional artist and make some opportunities for myself and for others to try and learn these like traditional songs and dances, and get to a point where we can like make our own versions or be creative with it. And once we have that really solid foundation, so I've been noticing, yeah, I'd love other people to dance with and to make songs with, and some language speakers that might want to help support me and yeah, look over my work and make sure I'm saying things okay. But yeah, just always do your best. Has chout. And then I think maybe I'll do the Unity song to finish off. So it's just a really good song that I've been learning, being part of like a drumming circle or like a song sharing group in Kamloops. That's been really great to learn these things and practice like taking the lead and everything, so that one day I can help join the drum line and yeah, be more confident as a drummer and singer. Hopefully they're okay. Hi-yo, hi-yo, hi-ya, 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 hey-yo, hi-yo, hi-ya, 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 hi-yo. Hi-yo, hi-yo, Hiya, 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 hiya. Hiya, hiyo. Hiya, hiyo. Hiya, 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 hiyo, hiyo. Hiya, hiyo. Hiya, 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 hiya. Hiya, hiyo. Hiya, hiyo. Hiya, 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 hiyo, hiyo. Hiya, 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 hiya. Hiya, hiyo. Lim lim kukooks, everyone.
Wow, that was so beautiful. Please, let's give another round of applause for Callie. And while she was introducing herself, that's why I really enjoy when our people, we make sure to give time to introduce ourselves properly, because then we learn so much more about ourselves in that little bit of time that we take to allow to express who we are, and then allow ourselves to listen, to receive that, and then to process it and think about who we know. So while she was doing that, I was remembering that, well, I wanted to tell her when you introduce yourself, you could say you're from Stachtaus, which is our name, also known as Bonaparte. But that I also remember that her dad worked with my dad, Gary Vanstone. He worked with my father, Terry Morgan, when my dad was chief of Stachtaus for a while. So that's how I remember Gary Vanstone. It's really wonderful to meet his daughter through Marielle. And I wanted to mention a few things about Callie that I didn't know before I introduce Marielle. Her work merges data science with various creative disciplines, drawing on her background in Syilx language and cultural revitalization. And her expertise includes curriculum development and the coordination of research and study related to Indigenous design projects. So I think it's really important that we acknowledge the continued evolution of Indigenous people and cultures, and how our people and cultures don't stay in one place. They continue to evolve. And I'm going to introduce a very incredible artist that I was able to excuse me, get to know, and have always really appreciated her work, her authenticity in her artistry, as well as her content and her messages. And I'm always trying to find ways to present her work, and I'm really honored that she's able to come here to share with us here in Secwepemc. Marielle Belanger, she's a Syilx interdisciplinary performance artist, and as well, she's a doctoral student in cultural studies at Queen's University. She was inspired by her Syilx grandmother. She uses ethnographic recordings to explore and recreate family songs and stories focused on land stewardship, matrilineal ties, blood memory, and embodied storytelling. And are we ready? Are we ready? Everyone ready for Marielle Belanger? Please welcome Marielle.
Wai haskell halt in jai squeeze zanten until inkamapalux utl insusulout. Hello, good day. My name is Marielle Belanger, and I'm from Head of the Lake, specifically at Dry Creek. My grandparents are Mary Abel and Edward Fred. My great-grandparents are Joe Abel, Mariette Gregoire, Jimmy Fred, and Arcel Louis. So my family is connected on my mother's side from everywhere in the interior, both sides of the rivers, it seems. I'm related to Secwepemc folks from my grandfather and all of the Okanagan from both of them. As mentioned, I'm a PhD student, so I have my book. Before I get into the presentation of my stories, I wanted to talk a lot about what I do in my practice. Being an interdisciplinary performance artist kind of makes you be like out there in La La Land. Theater doesn't know how to take you, music doesn't know how to take you, and so you're just kind of up here doing some really cool things with no sound, and people are like, what are they doing? I can't hear them. Are they talking? And then it's over and you're like, that was the coolest thing I ever saw, and that's the work I like to do. I like to be able to show people through visuals. And in a bit, we'll have a short video of some of the work that I do and how I do it. I invited Callie to perform today as an upcoming sealed performance artist. We don't have many, and so to create space for our young people is very important. To be able to give opportunity when you have had a lot of opportunity is the important work that we do as now middle-aged. So I just turned 51 last year. I'm just starting to get a handle on what it means to be almost Freedom 55, because I've never been there before as a Freedom. I've always been trying to be a mom, because I was a teen mom growing up. And I noticed that being a parent before being an adult kind of puts you on the back burner. But being a performance artist puts you on the stage. So I utilized things that people didn't know I had capacity for. I grew up with my grandmother, and she was always doing something cultural. She was always tanning hides, and she was always taking care of plants and foods, and just has like fish heads in the sink, and you know, it was a real traditional upbringing. I was also in the room. We heard earlier about the ethnographers that were coming around to our territories. Well, when I was 7 years old, I was in the picture, and I was being told to dance, and I was being told, yep, go do that right now. And that's pretty much how I got started. Being thrown on the spot and then having to do something. My art practice has grown considerably because as a performance artist, as an actor, where I started with Secwepemc Native Theatre Company. And if you remember, Secwepemc would tour around everywhere, and we had our own storytellers bringing these stories to life. We had Ken, Lynn Phelan, Barb Marchand, Ruby Alexis, Dwayne Marchand, a lot of us who came through and are still performing. And at Secwepemc, we actually had to make our own implements. We had to make our own costumes, we had to make everything because it was authentic. And while we did utilize contemporary materials to ensure that we were able to continue with our works, even when we didn't have the hides, we had to get the commercial hides, you know. We learned with whatever we had. And from that beginning, that humble beginning, that's where I learned that if I ever needed to know more, I would just turn back to where my grandmother left her words. And that was in the care of Wendy Wickwire. So in 2010, when I was thinking about getting back into my school, my post-secondary work, Wendy had sent 16 CDs home to me and said, here, this is your grandmother, this is your family. Listen to these, they're saying things to you. And so I did. And that brought me to here, to my PhD in cultural studies. Because I took a whole year in theater as a PhD. A whole year, I took all the coursework. But I was told that they recognized what I was doing as applied theater. And I don't know about you folks, but I get insulted when people tell me I'm playing Indian. It's not applied theater. I'm not applying theater. Our stories are not fabrications, they're science. They're our lived understanding of the world around us. And for us who are growing up without having the language, it was the closest thing that we had to the language, was the translation of our stories. And with that early beginning of being able to put my hands on the work and learn how to make them, I've always kept that practice. And in my PhD, I'm trying to figure out what is it that I'm doing? What is my life work? It's a research creation. I've been researching what it means to live colonized and then creating a Syilx-centric reality so we're not so colonized. I've been trying to get my children to think about what it means to be Syilx, think about what it means to operate in the world as Syilx people and not just Indigenous people who are now urbanized or who, have left home because of all the reasons that we do. We were having a conversation earlier about what does it mean to be Scalo? What does it mean? And, when we look at ourselves, just being ourselves is enough. It is enough for us as individuals. But today, we have a lot of problems with people reaching back in the academy, reaching back to those early recordings, reaching back to, of all places, 1700, to try to get 1% of DNA back and call themselves Indigenous people while they've spent 200 years not living like us. It's a hard pill to take as a half Syilx woman who's been ostracized growing up because of my dad being French-Canadian. However, my dad taught me what it meant to marry in. My dad taught me what it meant to be a good Syilx man to his wife, to his mother-in-law, to his sister-in-law, to all the people who was connected to her, because if he didn't, he'd get beat up, If he didn't prove that he was there for the family, he would have been kicked out. And he never was. And my dad passed away in 2020, and I love all of the work that he left in terms of taking care of my grandmother and our land for me to now be able to have food forest ideas and plant 200 Indigenous species last year with my youngest daughter, who is a language speaker. And this, thank you, because it's hard, and we know this, it's hard to get our young people to commit to the language and commit to the culture and to commit to the land when they don't have access to the land. A lot of our young people who are urban, all they have is the computer, is the internet, to link them to photos, to places. And in my PhD, I have been looking to the future, to the digital front, if I could say it even, the digital frontier. And what is the digital frontier? Well, we all have been a part of the internet since, 1995. 1995, when it first came out and we were looking at who's hot and who's not. I don't know if you remember that, but I was in school at the time. That's what was happening on Facebook. That's how Facebook started. Hot or not. Facebook. Weird, right? And here we are. That's pretty much the only place you can find Indigenous people is on Facebook. And you can always get your message out because somebody will see it and they'll pass it on to the person, and within minutes, it's our new moccasin telegraph, man. It's the new smoke signal. So the digital frontier, well, where are our people? Where are they when they're there? What are they doing when they're there? What do you do when you're on the internet? When I go on the internet, I go down rabbit holes. I find stuff that I probably shouldn't be finding, but we need to know about it. Like in 2012, I was researching mining in our community, and this very innocent sounding mining company, Running Fox Resources, was doing exploratory mining up in our territory at White Man's Creek. And I watched it. And Zeman Enterprises then bought it as a junior company, and I told the band this was happening, and they're like, oh, well, we watch it. And now they had in the news that it's a big mine. It's a big deal. They want to start exploiting it, and that's in our watershed. So finding these rabbit holes in the digital frontier was the beginning of my PhD work. And then my daughter showed me this really scary place called Red Dead Redemption. And it's a game that everybody loves to play. And it's like Wild West, 1890s. And, you know, there's bad stuff happening. You're allowed to lynch people. You're allowed to kill people because that's the frontier. However, in this game, there's a lot of Indigenous people there. A lot. Young, old, all looking for something. And a lot of the people that I've been talking to in this game, they play because they get to do gestures of culture. They get to go fishing in the game. They get to ride horses in the game. They get to harvest. They get to harvest things like yarrow in the game, which is a traditional plant, which is something that we used here too. Because this game is based on the Wild West. And why am I bringing this up? Because that's our territory. The West was our territory. It is our territory. It's right here. When you look at the game landscape, it's gorgeous. It looks like home. And being somebody who wants to tell stories and not have to pay a lot of money, I paid $75 so that I could sacrifice my avatar. He's a white man. I'm going to sacrifice him to the grizzly because in my story that I'm going to tell in this game is my Tupa story, Joe Abel. He talks about when his ancestors were able to transform. And I imagine in this game at 1890, just before my Tupa Joe Abel was born, his mother, Marianne Greenhow, of Thomas Greenhow and O'Keefe Greenhow. I imagine what her story was. And I want to tell her story from my positionality as a contemporary woman and what I would have done. Even though I loved my father very much, if he would have come into my territory and treated my mother the way that he did, I would have had a bear go after him too. And you can do that in this game. It's kind of neat. It's kind of weird and fun how we can now start to imagine a different past. How do we imagine a different past for us to live contemporary healing lives where we weren't just being lynched, that our young women were able to gather together in a gang and beat up a Colin Iser, which is how my gaming expert refers to the non-Indigenous white characters, Collins. They're Collins, and so he beats them up, and we beat them up now. So the fact that I get to do that for my PhD is kind of incredible. Play games, tell stories in Syilx that are historically not accurate, but they could have been had we been in more power positions. Because we know at 1890 there was a lot of stuff going down, a lot of stuff. But anyway, so I'll back up to today. And I want to make sure that I don't go too far because I have 12 minutes at the end of a video. Oh shoot, it's already 20 after. Okay, let's start the video. Because I'm going to tell some stories along with the video of stories that I co-created in my PhD with this app. And some people might have heard of ChatGPT. ChatGPT is something that you can access for free, and it'll gather up all the information. It's an artificial intelligence. It'll gather up all the information and create an essay for you. But I use Otter AI, and Otter AI, you pay into it, and you only get access, the AI only has access to what you give it. So it doesn't go onto the internet looking for other information. It only sources your own information. So I've had 50 conversations inputted into this Otter AI, so they better understand me is what my thought process is. But the interesting thing is, it's not that smart yet. And so that makes me feel better because Transformers is not happening yet. However, it came up with some really cool stories with me. And I like the idea of Otter AI because it reminds me of the Earth Diver. And this is my digital Earth Diver. And we are going on a digital dive. So we can start the video now. The first story is called Fox and Dolly Varden. Fox roamed the forests, clever and quick, red as an autumn maple, always looking for the next adventure. One day, as they approached a clear, cold stream, they saw a flash of silver in the water. It was Dolly Varden, a beautiful char fish with spotted scales shimmering in the sunlight. Intrigued, Fox, intrigued by Dolly Varden's grace, called out, "Hello there, water dancer. Why do you stay in that cold stream when the warm earth awaits? Perhaps we could learn from each other. I know the ways of the forest, and you know the secrets of the stream. Dolly Varden replied, "This is my home, landwalker. The water gives me life and strength. Why would I leave it?" Days passed, and Fox visited Dolly Varden often. They talked stories of the forest and of the river's journey. They found themselves drawn to each other despite their differences. The other animals whispered, "How can a creature of the land and a creature of the water be together?" they asked. "It is not our way." Grandmother Owl, wisest of them all, spoke up. "In our world, there is a place for all kinds of bonds. Fox and Dolly Varden may be different, but their connection teaches us about bridging worlds." Fox and Dolly Varden faced challenges. Fox couldn't swim, and Dolly Varden couldn't walk on the land, but they were determined. Fox learned to fish with clever paws, bringing food to Dolly Varden. In turn, Dolly Varden brought Fox the rhythms of the river, helping find the best crossing points. As seasons changed, their bonds grew stronger. Fox built a den near the river's edge, while Dolly Varden found a pool close to the shore. They created a life between land and water, showing that love could flourish in unexpected ways. Their union brought new understanding to the forest and river communities. So the videos are little compilations of some of the work that I do on the land with the tule reeds. I've created this tule mat teepee, a full-size one, as a first tule mat teepee for a young person who needs their isolation lodge. It's now a property of the Okanagan College in Vernon. And that's me in the desert in northern Chile. Their folks are very similar to us, I found, only they speak Spanish. And this is my installation work that I do based on the performance work that I've recorded in the past, the dances that my daughter revived in our family. And this is projection work that I do on a Salish and sturgeon nose canoe. Dr. Sean Brigham makes them. that particular one, although we are makers of these things, and we can make them ourselves. It's basically a floating drum that projects really well, too.
A long time ago, long before time was an issue as it is today, the Old One created the sun. The Old One said, there should be light. There should be light so I can see. And so there was. And what the Old One saw was a world of water and thought, there should be something here to stand on. Down floated a leaf to the Old One, who whispered to it to grow. The Old One stood. The Old One called to the water spirit and then created Turtle. The Old One then created 3 other creatures, one with fins, one with arms and legs and tail, and one with wings. The Old One then told them, you dive down as far as you can and bring back something we can use. So down the Old One with wings went, but they could not hold their breath very long and came back up gasping, clawing back onto Turtle as if their life depended on her. The one with fins went down as far as they could too, but still nothing. The Old One was disappointed. Finally, it was the tailed one's turn. They told the Old One, I will not come back without something of use. They took a very deep breath and dove down into the water deep. The tailed one swam and swam and swam, down, down, down. The water seemed to have no end. The others are waiting on the top for them. The others wait and wait. It seems like they waited a long, long, long time, and still nothing. The tailed one didn't come. The tailed one was losing power, so they began singing in their head. Kwanata nakukalam sa anayo hao tunstin sa haaya nakukalam sa nakwanata. Coming to the end of their song, the tailed one reaches out, grasping into the darkness. The song ends, and a few bubbles escape. Finally, someone on the surface points out to the water. Look, there are bubbles over there. Sure enough, the tailed one floated to the top. One of the animals jumped in and brought them back to Turtle, and they carried the tailed one to the middle, barely breathing, hand clutching tight. The Old One opened up the little paw. Nothing. The tailed one had nothing in his palm. But faintly, under their nails, was thick, black mud. The tailed one must have pushed off the bottom of the ocean to make it back to the surface. The Old One scraped the mud from under each fingernail to make a ball. The Old One rolled it, and it got bigger and bigger. It got so big, Turtle offered her shell to be the foundation, and so the Old One put the ball on the turtle's back. In some stories, it is said that the tailed one was massaged into the earth to become the people to be, as reward for sacrificing self for them. That is the story of the land and how our people were created from it.
Sorry about that. So that's me in live. I put a filter on a film that I created, that one for a presentation in Toronto with my supervisors, Dolene Manning and Mary Bunch. And I'm actually not allowed to perform in the canoe anymore. But there's more than 12 things changed on this imagery that makes it original, and it makes it mine. The canoe is a symbol of freedom that has been stripped from myself as a performance artist by a man who owns the copyright of the Salish and Sturgeon Nose Canoe. And it's a problem, but, you know, I have all the land and all the people, and we will find someone local who will make it, because we all deserve to tell our stories of the water. And I didn't mean for that to happen, I'm sorry. But this is the beautiful landscape of the North Okanagan, specifically right where I live, where the fires came. And I tell you, I love that canoe so much that I had to move it 4 different times in the fire because I didn't want it to get a hole in it every time I had to move when we were driving through the fire zones. And it ended up in a gallery, thankfully. The UBC Okanagan Gallery housed it while we were under fire evacuation. So the canoe is like my child, and I love her very much. And anyway, I have new work to share, like this beautiful, beautiful handmade basket that I have around my neck that's for my cell phone, wherever my cell phone is now. But also in this one here, my mentor. So each one teach one is my methodology. I brought Callie with me to learn from Wendy Hawks, who is from Similkameen. And she's a master, well, she doesn't like to say she's a master weaver. She is a very well-rounded weaver. She knows a lot about weaving. And this is one of the beautiful works that I have been able to complete. It took me 4 days. It takes other people too, apparently. But we are working towards protecting the marsh through our art practice, through our storytelling, and through being there on the land. We just this past, another song. We're working with some young folks to take some video and photos of our latest installations. And we went down to the border to Asuyas Lake, and we're right there at the border taking photos. And this was just one of the video clips that our photographer took. Why, gosh, I want to say the wrong thing again. Nuge, right? Nuge Bird. Is also a hip-hop artist in Kelowna, and bringing up young people with me wherever I can is very important. And so we did this little performance. And that's why the canoe is so important, is because there's no audience. It's just me and a camera. And I'm on the land performing for the ancestors so that they see us, that we're alive. And that's the beautiful work of Wendy and Callie. And we're continuing that work this year with the corsets. We're going to be having an exhibition in June at the Kelowna Art Gallery from June 21st until November. So I welcome everyone to come and check out all of our work. Thank you so much for your time, everyone.
Keep it going. Keep it going. Oh my goodness. How amazing. I cannot wait to call you doctor. Could you take a look at this for me? Yeah, I'm just kidding. Not that kind of doctor. See, I have 2 jokes now.
Just go perform it out, okay?
All right. She told me to perform, so I got to perform. Give it up one more time for Muriel, guys. Awesome, awesome work. Again, we, with the fearless direction of Mika Morgan, she's carefully curated everything at this Confluence to fit the story. This Confluence has a story. Last Confluence has a story. We are Indigenous people, and we tie everything back to the story. And Mika has done a wonderful job of curating these particular artists who really do inspire big community change by involving their entire community to do really powerful work through very unique means. So again, this is just a wonderful, nice little placement of artists. We're going to take a short break, but first I need to thank the people who brought us here, which is our sponsors. The Confluence could not proceed without the generous support of our funders, and those are the Canada Council for the Arts, the Government of Canada, the BC Arts Council, the Province of British Columbia, Creative BC, the Vancouver Foundation, and our marquee sponsor for these two conferences in two parts, the Law Foundation of British Columbia. So please give it up for our sponsors who put all of this stuff together, who paid our way, who allow us to fund the things that we do in these gatherings. So please keep it going for them. All right, so we're going to take a short break, but in this break I want to inspire you to go and see someone who you haven't met before, meet them, say hello, welcome them into the Two Rivers family. We'll take a quick little break, and oh, you're not going to want to miss the final two of this afternoon, and because it's so well curated, it's just going to flow lovely into the end of the day. Thank you once again for being here. We're going to take a short break. I'm going to ask if we can get that music back on, and let's have a good rest of the afternoon. Live stream, we'll see you soon. Go for your smokes, go for your teas, have a chat, and we'll be right back. All right. Right, we hope you enjoyed your break, enjoyed some of the sun, enjoyed everything about it. We are in the most beautiful territory. It was nice and cloudy this morning, but then the sun came out. Oh my goodness, what a range. What a nice spot that we're in. Once again, give it up for Splatsin. What an amazing venue, what an amazing location. We thank you so much for having us and hosting us in that good and honorable way. We're going to get started here. I would like to bring back to the stage Mika Morgan to introduce our next offering, which is, again, a very important voice to our cause and a longtime family friend of Two Rivers Remix. So I'm going to let Mika, the professional, kind of take it from here.
Oh, lovely. Such an honor to invite this next beautiful artist onto our Two Rivers Remix stage. She's been with us for a variety of different events and times, and we welcome her as a member of our Two Rivers Remix family. Kim is, as a devoted mother of 4, grandmother of 10, and auntie to many, Kim's life is rich with the knowledge and wisdom passed down through generations. Her role cements her position as a central figure, embodying the core values of family, community, and tradition. It's through her music, storytelling, and advocacy that Kim echoes the voices of her people as she guides others towards a genuine understanding of Indigenous heritage, being a guide for those who seek to understand and appreciate the depth of Indigenous culture. And I also want to acknowledge that Kim is also, I recognize her as one of my mentors, as a mentor for many, and who has been a professional artist for many, many years and provides so much support and love to people who are doing this work, and I really appreciate that about Kim. So I'd like everyone to give her a warm welcome to the Two Rivers Remix Confluence stage, the beautiful Kim Gucci.
Hari. Hari, hari, hari. Hari, everybody. Isn't this beautiful? Look at this place. I have driven by here so many times, and I've always imagined that I would be in here one day. And here I am, following those beautiful bear tracks into the door. I'm so excited to be here with you all. It was really wonderful to come in and share some food and lots of hugs, lots of really good chats, and basically a reunion. It's like a reunion being here. I'm going to be sharing my story on how music has been my healing. And it's going to start from my childhood, and it's going to end where I am today. And what you're seeing behind me is the cover of a Juno-nominated children's album in my Indigenous languages. That's the first time I've ever said that sentence, and it feels so good. And I want us all to feel so good, so I want us to all get into our inner child, to tap in to that inner child in all of us by starting with a song. And this is a song that I actually just wrote yesterday while I was driving to Salmon Arm. And it's those moments where music, you don't know where and when it's going to hit you. And mine will often hit me while I'm driving, because I think it's the only time and space where I'm by myself and I'm able to be there with my thoughts. And so this is just, the words mean absolutely nothing. But they just came out of me. Maybe I hope they don't mean something in a different language, because that would just be like, oh no. But I want us to try it together. And because it's so brand new, I need to just play the voice note for just a moment so I can catch it. And then basically remember the vowels. Okay, we're going way back to like school times right now. Remember the vowels? A, E, I, O, U. Right, and sometimes Y. I didn't put the Y in there though, because it didn't quite fit. But hold on a sec, I'm just gonna listen for a moment. Okay, I got it. So it's gonna go like this. Boya, bachuchu bayam bay. So we're gonna end with the A, and then we're gonna go boya, bachuchu bayam B. And then we're gonna follow the vowels. Are you ready? Boya, bachuchu bayam bay. Boya, bachuchu bayam bay. Boya, pachuchu bayam, boya, pachuchu bayam, boya, pachuchu bayam, bay. What's next? B. Boya, pachuchu bayam, B. Boya, pachuchu bayam, B. Boya, pachuchu bayam, boya, pachuchu bayam, boya, pachuchu bayam, B. What does it mean? Absolutely nothing. It's just a happy place that I found in my body. And we all have that ability to do that, because we all are carrying around this little inner child that wants to come out and play sometimes. And that's the way I'm going to honor this song. And the beauty of repetition in music for children is that is what captivates and soothes them. So I was so excited that this song was gifted to me. And people are going to say, well, what does it mean? I'm going to say, what does it mean to you? Right? How does it make you feel? Want to try singing it? Let's try it. Let's do it with A, E, I. So we're going to end with by. Okay, ready? Boya, pachuchu, bayam, by. Boya, pachuchu, bayam, by. Boya, pachuchu, bayam, boya, pachuchu, bayam, boya, pachuchu, bayam, by. Did you sing it? Did it feel good? Did it make you happy? All right. My job is done. I am so thrilled to be able to share music with children. I have been playing music for at least a couple decades and writing music that honor our stories, honor murdered and missing Indigenous people, honor residential school survivors, honor domestic violence survivors, because I'm connected to all of those stories. And it was about 4 years ago that I decided that I wanted to write some music for children, because our children need healing through that intergenerational trauma, which is something that I have experienced and am living with on a daily basis. And so tapping into that inner child and following that motto of every child matters. And so when I think about the opportunity to share music with children, I think about the opportunity to share language and to use my voice as a musician and as a songwriter to be able to preserve language. I may never be a fluent speaker. but I can be a language protector. And that is what I see in the beauty of recording language and music. I do not profess to be a language teacher. The music that is represented on this album is the Secwepemc, the Cree language, and the Dakas language of the Lheidli-T'enneh. Those are the ancestors that are up here on this stage with me right now. And so I'm honoring them. I'm honoring my grandmother, my Atsu, because she was a language keeper in our community. Her mother, my great-grandmother, was a part of my life growing up. And as a child, I did not think for a second that it was important for me to learn any of the language. And she spoke mainly Dakas. She barely spoke any English. So our connection wasn't as strong as I would hope it could have been. So when my grandmother, Mary Gucci, was willing to teach me, I would spend a lot of time with her documenting phrases and even just using one of these. Just hitting that voice note recorder and recording little clips of words and stories and phrases. And so that's what I did. And I was able to document a lot of her stories, and then we would come up with song ideas, and we'd create songs. And then I had all of this archive of information and sound bites and all of these song ideas and rhythms and melodies, and it just felt like a children's album was going to be born. So, as you heard in the introduction, I am a grandmother. I'm a grandmother of 10, and they all live, some live over in the Okanagan and the Syilx Territory, some are over in Alberta. They're spread out all over the place, so I don't get to see them very often. And so a part of this journey to me of creating music has been to help to close that gap of communication between myself and my grandchildren, but also to leave a legacy and to leave or to help teach them language through music, because I'm not able to spend that time with them. I live up on the Lheidli-T'enneh Reserve. I stay with my mom. My mom is an elder, and she has got many health issues, so that's where I chose to be. And so that takes me away from all the grandbabies, but music keeps us together. Music keeps us connected. And I've taken a song that I wrote with my grandmother. She was very much a part of that. My grandmother, my Atsu. And this song really represents my journey as a child, not knowing the language, to learning it as an adult. And there's been so many times that I had to go in and re-sing it because I wasn't pronouncing the words properly, and that's a part of us growing as baby learners. And I think there's nothing wrong with that. And I would like to share the song with you that actually has incorporated my grandmother's voice, was able to record on the voice note and then put it onto a disc and then have that disc be played through the soundboard and then make it onto the album. And it was a beautiful process because it was as though my grandmother had been brought to life through the speakers in this studio. It was an amazing, incredible feeling. We all had tears in our eyes, and I want to you to hear that right now. And you're also going to hear my great niece's voice because of that, you know, that bridging of generations. So we'll cue the video.
And ditsen hun zu Zayachlet always del a cut den inges klopt us just inges my tunaye.
And ditsen hun zu Zayachlet always del a cut den inges Sul's jazz in guess my tunier. Way up high, way oh, way up high, way oh, way up, hey, way hey oh, way and it's en hun zu Tia Platza Western a Katza den Guess Schlag Sul's Jazz in Guess my Tunier way
a beautiful day.
It's a beautiful day.
We were all together.
We're all together.
Hunting, fishing, and picking berries.
And picking berries.
And it's en hun zu Platza Western a Katza den Guess Schlag Sul's Jazz in Guess my Tunier
Thank you, everybody. You will hear that one live on Saturday. Yeah, so that was the beginning of this journey for me, was my grandmother. And when I think about the theme of rhizomes, I didn't even know what that word meant. I saw it on the poster and I'm like, rhizomes? I had to Google it. And then it was like, oh my gosh, this is so beautiful and powerful. The metaphor within that really spoke to me because of my connection with my grandmother. And, you know, she's in the ground, but she's all around us. And what she planted within me and the desire that I have to continue her legacy as a speaker is what I thought was pretty fascinating about this theme. And I'm sure that Mika didn't choose it for no reason. It's a really powerful way of being and of thinking of this connection to land and connection to place and the seeds that are being planted within all of these virtual feasts that are happening across this land. And so it made me super excited when I thought about the fact that I'm creating music for children, and that those children are these little sponges that are learning and absorbing. And because their minds are so new, not like us old folks, it's hard to learn. I don't know, maybe I'm speaking for myself. It's hard to learn a new language. I find it very difficult. The repetition is so important. But little ones, they just go. They can hear a song on the radio. Like one of my granddaughters, they hear a song on the radio like 2 or 3 times, and all of a sudden they're singing the song, and I'm like, how do you do that? It's because they're so receptive and open to music. And it's allowed me, this journey that I have been on, to be able to even build my confidence as a person. When I was a young person, I did not have any confidence. So to see me standing in front of a classroom of kids and speaking with confidence and with assertiveness, but also, you know, being gentle, being mindful of what's happening in the classroom. In this picture that you're looking at, there was a little girl in the front row. I'm going to point her out to you. This little one. She had her eyes closed, and she was just swaying. It was like she was the only person in the room, and she was just so engaged with my voice. And when I saw her, I just thought to myself, if she's the reason I'm doing this, I have achieved something very good. And I get to do this in schools on a regular basis. And I really feel that that is my calling. The connection to music, to language, and then to children. And knowing that I'm planting these seeds, and that the connection is, I'm going to continue to water those seeds and nurture those seeds by staying connected with these kids in the schools. And the way that we've been doing that is by doing what's called a giving tour. So I have been to every school in School District 57, except for a few on the outer edges, and gifting music. And I'm not gifting music because I'm going, hey, look at me, I'm so great, oh wow. I'm gifting music because I want children to hear an authentic voice. I want them to be able to experience somebody from their community that they will see at the grocery store. And you should see them when they see me at the grocery store. They literally come out of them, like they just are like, Mom or Dad, it's Camp Gucci, and it's so exciting for them. I mean, it's really exciting for me. It makes me feel a little bit awkward, and I get really shy about it because I'm not sure how to handle that part yet. But and then of course they're like, can we get our picture with you? And it's pretty special, you know. And it always brings me back to when I was a child of that age, and how lacking I was in having a mentor or somebody like me. So I've just naturally turned into the person that I didn't have, the person that I needed when I was a kid. And that realization happened when I was living over in Penticton in St. Bincton, and I was working for the Penticton Indian Band as their youth intervention worker. I got to relive my youth through being with those young people. And I think that's, if anybody's worked with young people, I think that's going to be a common story, is that they bring the child out of you. They bring the playfulness out of you. They make you feel young again. So surround yourself with young people. Surround yourself with youth and feel that infectious energy. Being able to go into the schools has healed me. Because when I was a young person, I didn't belong anywhere. I wasn't Indian enough to be with my Indian friends, and I wasn't white enough to be with my white friends, so I just didn't fit in anywhere. So I just got into a lot of trouble as a kid. And that trouble, as we know, is a cry for help. And if nobody answers those cries for help, then life just gets more difficult. And that was the path that I chose. So when I can go back to my elementary school, which I have, and I walk through those doors, and I'm flooded with these memories of the hallway and what happened over by that locker and what happened by that office. You know, that was back when they used to give you the strap. Could you imagine if they strapped our kids these days? There'd be a lot of fights, eh? There'd be a big problem. Through my journey as a musician and now connecting with schools and children, I'm healing a part of me that has been sitting and waiting. And yes, I've done some trauma treatment, childhood trauma treatment, but it's lifelong, right? If you've ever been in treatment, you will know it's a lifelong journey. It's not like you go to treatment and you come home and it's not like you're gonna go wash the dirt off, you know? So being able to walk into my elementary school with the gift of music to children that I look at these little kids and I'm like, oh my gosh, that was me. I try to put myself back into that time and place. I'll tell you a story that did happen when I was in grade 3. It was a little German girl in my classroom, and she said to me, "Are you a real Indian?" How do you answer that? I'm like, yeah, of course I'm a real Indian. She said, if you're a real Indian, can you carve a totem pole for me? I was like, how old are you at 3? Like 7 or something, 8? And so we went to her dad's shed by her house. She lived right close to the school. And I'm like walking there with her, and I'm determined that I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna carve. Because when you're a kid, you can do anything, right? Anything you put your mind to. So I was like walking there with her. We go into her dad's workshop, and there was all these little mill ends, just little, really short little blocks of wood, and then there was all these chisels lined up there. You know where the story's going, right? I have a scar. And it was the first dig into that piece of wood. Of course, my hand's over here like this. Right into the fattiest part of my, right here. So sometimes I look at that scar and I'm like, damn rights I'm a real Indian. I have a scar to prove it. But what else happened there that was quite a cultural clash was she asked me if I like black licorice. I'm like, I love black licorice. And so there was this little bag of licorice, must have belonged to her dad. was one of those swirly round flat things. I put it in my mouth, and I didn't even make a face because I was gonna carve and I was gonna eat this disgusting, salty, no sweet, no sugar whatsoever licorice. And I'll never forget that experience, is because, but even back then, I was like determined that I was gonna prove something, or I was gonna be somebody. But you know, as life went on, and as school got worse, and the bullying got worse, and it really weighed on me. So the fact that I'm able to go back into my past and I'm able to share my story, I don't really share much unless it's like an older age. The littles, I just keep it nice and light and fun all the time. And they're healing me. When I get the hugs, it's healing that inner child part of me. When I sing to them and they sing back to me, it's healing all of us. And that's the beauty of music, is that little girl in that picture, who knows what's happening in her family? Who knows what kind of life she has? But in that moment, all that mattered was the music that she was hearing and the healing that was taking place, because our youth have the fight of their life ahead of them. And it's so scary, and I don't want to even think about that, but it's a part of my awareness. And so I think music and the healing power of music is at least one thing that can be done. It's like that story of the hummingbird and the wildfire. I believe it's an Anishinaabe story, where that little hummingbird kept going to the water and then fly back with his little beak full of water, and he'd drop it on the fire, and he'd go back and get some more, drop it on the fire. And the bear and the moose and the porcupine and everybody's watching, and it's like, what are you doing? He's crazy. And finally the hummingbird said, I have to do something. And that always stuck with me, you know? And we all collectively have that within us, to do something, to like give ourselves to something that's going to make a difference. And I really feel that that's what I'm doing with this new legacy. It is a legacy, and I'm carrying on this legacy. And it is making a difference. And these seeds are growing. And I want to share one story with you that is so powerful, that happened in a kindergarten class. There was a little person. The teacher used they, them pronouns, so I'm going to do the same. Maybe it was to protect their identity. This teacher sent me the story. It's very short. She says, last year, the school where I was teaching kindergarten at was lucky enough to have Kim Gucci visit and share her music in an assembly with the entire school. I had a student in my class named Hunter, who has autism and is minimally verbal, and they communicate their wants and needs to teachers and adults in the form of grunting, pointing, crying, vocal stimming, etc. They were at the assembly sitting with their education assistant when Kim started to sing the song Hunter. So by now, I didn't tell you that part. I actually have a really cute little song called Hunter. So they immediately got so excited because they recognized their name, and they started to dance along to the music. I had never seen this type of reaction from this student, and I have never gotten them to become an active participant in the classroom environment. After seeing this reaction, I knew I needed to find a way to incorporate this song into my classroom schedule on a daily basis. The next day, before playing the song, I had a circle discussion with all of the students. I explained to them that I knew that we had all noticed that Hunter does not walk, talk, and interact the way that we may be. Hunter is very unique, and all people are unique. It doesn't make them better or worse, because we are all human and equal. I told them about how Hunter reacted to the song the day before the assembly, and that we were going to make playing the song a part of our routine every day, so that Hunter could feel included and excited. From that point, every day after snack, we would hold hands on the carpet and twirl around together in a circle as Hunter danced and sang in the back of the room. Soon, everyone knew the words, including Hunter, and they were able to sing along and make their voices louder for the part with their name, and watch as Hunter heard this and lit up and got even more happy and excited. This routine quickly became the favorite part of the day for everyone, and something we would all look forward to and anticipate during the morning activities. I feel so blessed to have been a part of something so meaningful, powerful, emotional, and extraordinary, and I'll be forever grateful to Kim Gucci and her music for giving us this chance. That interaction is among many, many, and it's not even about me. It's gonna always be about the music. And the title of my album, Shan Be Natsaje, we are healing through songs. And we all can attest to that. We all go to a certain song, or we all go to, even we'll pick up our drum. When you're feeling down, pick up your drum. Even if you don't sing, pick up your drum. Drumming and singing, or drumming and humming, is our medicine. And it's something that we can do for ourselves, or for our family, or for our loved ones. It's something that I've been able to share with my grandchildren. I have a granddaughter who has just had a very difficult 14 years of her life, and I was able to bring her up on stage with me at one of the shows, and it was just like a night and day change in her whole energy, being able to be a part of that. And I wish that for all kids, having kids, join in songs. I go into schools and they're singing my songs, everybody. They're singing my songs. That is, yes, it is really amazing. You will hear from artists, all levels of professionalism, that when we're singing and we look out and the audience is singing the words, that is like such a gift. It is like the most beautiful medicine. When children do that, I feel like I've lived my life. I feel like I've reached something. I've reached a level of healing and knowing and just acceptance that this is who I am. This is the journey that I had to walk to lead me here. It was a hard journey, but here I am. I am now setting an example for my kids and my grandkids and the children that listen to my music. And this music has been created by not just me, so many collaborators, so many friends, so many people that truly care about what I'm doing. And this is my granddaughter, the one that I had just talked to you about. She had literally just had left her mother's care the day before I picked her up and was on her way back to another home. And here she is on stage with me. And it was so healing, it was so powerful, it was so beautiful, and it just showed me the resilience. She could have easily said, no thanks, Grandma, I'll sit this out, but no, there she is. And it's something she'll never forget. It's something I will never forget. It will be a very special bond that we share forever. So, music is medicine. It's a place of healing. This album is out there in the world. A friend showed me a picture of the song, Territory Welcome Song, and my name in her car, and then some of the terrain. Like, she's in she's in New Zealand, and her mom are driving down the road listening. You know, like, it's, music permeates, it crosses borders. Look at all the beautiful, like, when we have our friends from Mexico come here, it makes you realize, like, I love hearing and seeing different Indigenous cultures come together because we are all connected. We're all of this land. And the music is what's going to connect us from here on and forevermore. And I'm gonna close with saying that I am so gifted because of my ancestors. When I stand here, I literally can feel, because they are here, I am here because they were here. And I always want to acknowledge that. I very much, I don't know, it makes me shy. It makes me realize I'm still that little girl. But here I am in my adult body as a grandmother to tell you that this journey, this hard journey, has led me to being a Juno nominee. Right? And win or not win, I already feel like I have won something. To drive by in your hometown and see that in your hometown is like, this little girl has done something very special. And I'm so grateful to be here, and I'm so looking forward to sharing my music with all of you on Saturday. Cook's Jam!
Hello, hello. Keep it going for Kim Gucci! Oh my goodness. Wow. What a testament to the healing power that music and art have to our communities. Involving the youth and incorporating our language. Like, what a story. And it's all about the story as Indigenous people. So one more time for Kim Gucci. We have a very, very special next part of our program today. Mika did mention it before, but before these two Confluence parts, we've actually had a very special meeting of elders where we presented them questions, and it was our job to listen. And it was so successful, we decided to make another project out of it, and this is going to be a more permanent thing, which we are very, very excited about. And I will turn it over to Mika to kind of give you the rundown of that. So we're very, very excited about this one. Grab a coffee, come back and sit down, because we are ready to get going. And we're going to get some knowledge here right now. So Mika, here you go.
Awesome. So thank you so much, Kim. That was so beautiful. We're really blessed to witness all this beautiful work of our people all throughout different nations. And we really take seriously being navigated by the knowledge of our elders. And we had an elders consultation session for 2 days before our Indigenous law gathering in Victoria. And it was really incredible. And the people that came together, some of them we didn't know until one of the presenters brought them to our attention, and then we got to know them, and then we invited them here. And so today we're going to invite on stage some of the newer individuals that came to the Elders Consult session on Tuesday. And like I said, sometimes the people that are necessary for the work that needs to be done will show up in really timely manners, like last minute, day of sometimes. And we've really learned to listen to those messages, although it is frustrating sometimes, especially for our crew, I will admit. But it's been such a beautiful experience, and we started by having elder sessions, but then they were built into more of, I noticed, and this happened very naturally, is recognition of our matriarchs. And so these women that I'm asking to come up, some are elders, some are grandmothers, some are young elders, some are elders in training, but I really deeply respect and love each and every one of them. And I know that as our minds collaboratively work together, new ideas come up. And so I have asked the beautiful Dawn Morrison to moderate this panel. Our work with Two Rivers Remix and the working group on Indigenous food sovereignty, our work is really coming together in such beautiful ways. The more that we communicate together, we recognize that and acknowledge it. And so I'm going to turn it over to Dawn and enjoy the panel. It's going to be wonderful.
White Pohwadep. As Mika said, my name is Dawn Morrison, and I've been honored by Mika and Two Rivers Remix to come and help moderate this panel of beautiful matriarchs and women who are going to share some of their reflections on what they've witnessed today. And so there's, before we do that though, can everybody stand up and move? We need to breathe. We need to move. Movement is medicine. I know that it's really beautiful to come together in these gatherings and sit in circle around our tables and in community and fill our minds with the richness of all the words and the music and the energy and what we've witnessed here today. And some of that witnessing is in our bodies, you know. And so I think, I know there's like some nervous giggles happening in the backstage here, but we got to shake that off, because that laughter helps us to shake it off, but it's also like movement, right? We don't want to block that free flow of ideas and reflections. So just do whatever you do, whatever your body is telling you. We all, maybe tap your organs, get them moving, wake up your organs. Maybe scratch the top of your head to get your brain relaxed. Whatever your body is telling you, just learn to listen to your body. And movement is medicine. So I'll just start. I'm gonna really just hand it over to the panelists to reflect and to share. But I just want to kind of review, and what I recall with Joshua and Mika hosting us and opening us up and organizing and curating us and doing all this work. It takes a lot of work to organize us. To Julian and to Lloyd, to opening up and reminding us that we're never really alone, and that, you know, the Creator, we rain tears of both sadness and joy, and I felt some of those tears here today. And then, of course, Ronnie Dean Harris, and, you know, speaking about our stories and our laws and Transformer and the energy that we're, and then Callie and Mariel with their amazing Sioux Okanagan knowledge and embodied practice and amazing storytelling. And Kim, of course, with that inner child and the songs and the importance of that, and yeah, just reminding us of that work for the future generations. So I'm really grateful for that. And so with that, I will start from the furthest away with Muriel. And Georgia, maybe can you come up here with us too? Georgia's going to help me keep time. We each have 5 minutes. And because I want to be present with the speakers, the amazing Georgia Jules, who is a member of our working group on Indigenous food sovereignty. She's the next generation of leaders coming up in the food sovereignty movement, and she's going to help keep time today. So you can come and sit here, maybe, Georgia? Cook's Jam. So I'll hand it over to Muriel.
Oh my goodness, a timekeeper, I'm in trouble now. What I got today was a lot of confirmation, a lot of connection, a lot of, yes, that's what I was thinking, and yes, that's what I've been reading too, and yes, this is where we should be, and this is what we should be doing. A lot of positive and a lot of letting go. I have been myself thinking about the Condor and Eagle prophecy for the last 10 years, writing about it and experiencing. I went to Chile twice to follow fox, red fox. And so to see folks from north to south talking about that relationship still and again and again and again, knowing that we need to make these connections and that we are making these connections, that fills my heart. That fills my heart that we're all working towards a better future while bettering ourselves and healing ourselves through our art practice and through our songs and through our storytelling and our making and the fact that we're out on the land doing and saving our own foods, because right now they're being polluted with fire retardant. Our animals are being scarred and being harmed, and they're presenting themselves to us, and they're screaming at us, and we have to get out of our cars and listen. And just being able to meet my relatives who tell me that it's in my eyes. They see me. A lot of confirmation at the Confluence. This is where we're supposed to gather together, like the waters say. And we'll go around and we'll go around in the current for a bit until we find our way again. So I'm very thankful to have been invited by Mika to be able to come and participate in this part, because we're all doing the right work that we're supposed to be doing. Everything from what Ronnie's saying, I've seen it. I know it. I know it. The Transformers are here today. They're with us. Is that 5 minutes? Oh my God, I can talk more. The dancing is something that I've been looking at in terms of what are the gestures? What are the common gestures? What are the things that our bodies tell us to do at times of the year that we should be doing things like winter dance? Why do we winter dance? Well, because we're in the dark in the home, for months and months sometimes, so we have to put that energy out there. And I don't know about you folks, but when they were winter dancing down south in the Okanagan, it was snowing hard. The water came, and I was there. I saw the snow come when they said it wasn't going to. And so, practicing our steps on the stage is our winter dance. We are in ceremony when we do these things together, when we gather in the big house, as our ancestors always have. We've never stopped doing this, and this is what makes us Scalo, as we say, of the land. This is what makes us who we are, and we're related. We're not different. There's no boundaries in us. I'm not half. You can see the whole of me. You know, my ancestors come from all of this land here and over there. And you know, the difference that I see that we do here in art practice is that we gather everyone together in art practice. It's something that's not done that well at the political level because they're all trying to keep the borders between us. But here we're saying we're all together. And I needed that today. I really needed this very much. And I'm gonna cut myself off there now. Thank you so much for this time.
Cooksjam Mariel. So I just wanted to just, as we move on to Melody Charlie from the Nuchalnath, who I've known Melody for many years through the Indigenous Food Sovereignty Movement, and really always happy to see her here. And I think with Mariel and what you're talking about with, you know, the healing and thinking about the embodiment of that on our land, and thinking about, I just wanted to mention too, because you said something, I realized I wanted to mention Anna and Leo, because that was in an overview, those were artists, and what you're saying is that often art is a powerful tool, revolutionary tool for upholding a long legacy of political activism that, you know, Ronnie Dean mentioned Arthur Manuel and Russ Diabo and people who are now ancestors to use arts as an expression. I love how Two Rivers Remix does that. It brings us all together. So I just want to, affirm that reflection that you shared, and then passing it on to Melody, whose art form is photography and the visual and what she's seeing. So I'm really looking forward to what you've witnessed today, Melody.
Thank you for this last minute invite to be up here, and I feel very, very honored. Similar to, you know, what was shared here, I feel seen by strangers. I really also feel very validated, and you know, I think about, you know, all of these stories and presentations, and I really related to the transformation, you know, that reclaiming those names and those places, because they've tried to erase us, and they will always try to erase us and who we are, you know. And this is why it's so important that we have these gatherings, because sometimes we forget who we are. You know, when you're born, you know, ku'as, and you're thinking, for me, as like someone very sacred and spiritual and passionate about all of this as well, it's like, why do I have to fight to learn a language I should have been born with? You know, and why are we always, you know, hidden and pulled out for these, you know, conveniences and whichever? So I have a lot of anger and a lot of rage, but also there's a lot of menopause too. I mean, so I try to use that energy for a good way. And so, you know, and I ask my, you know, grandmothers even about that. You know, what was that like? You know, how did you transform? How did we transition from little girl, you know, into a woman, into like an elderly? Those were all really, really important stages of our life. And where do we go? Sitting down with my grandfathers, you know, asking him about some of these very sacred ways, and why we can't talk about it. Why can't this information be shared with me? If it's not shared with me, then it's gonna die. And that makes me really sad. And so when I'm in these spaces and I witness all of this ceremony that's happened here today, I think like, oh yeah, it's not dying. We're very much here, and we're very much alive. And even though it feels like it's just the few of us always at the same places doing this work, that's a lot of weight. That's a lot of weight to carry. That's a lot of weight that gets really heavy when your people are just, you're surrounded by your people who are in survival mode, you know, and where's the break? Where's the rest? There isn't, you know, and it's like, it can be really, really exhausting. And this, again, is why it's so important that we have these shared spaces where we can come and refuel, we can come and be seen, we can come and be validated and go, oh yeah, I'm not alone. Oh yeah, we're all meant to, what we call in my language, quislap, transform. We're transforming right now, you know, and the fight isn't over. The battle is never gonna end. It's never gonna end. You know, I've documented, you know, the Squamish days, you know, where they, 100 years of amalgamation, that these two brothers and sisters who got up there and got like so much land back because of this brother and sister that didn't go to residential school. And when the priest and the policeman came to this father's door to take this brother and sister, the father had a shotgun, pointed it at the priest and the RCMP and said, you come back here, I will effing kill you. And so this brother and sister that did not go to residential school, they are considered very radical, and also even sort of like, I don't want to say look down on their own people, but just considered radical. But without this brother and sister, they wouldn't have got all that land back. They knew all that history, they knew all that, just like Ron is doing here today. We have to be doing that. They're going to try to erase us and our history. And so it's like, for me, you know, like being so passionate, and you think about all of the loss, you know, the collective loss. This isn't even just loss as Indigenous people anymore. This is loss of humanity, right? This is not just our salmon as Indigenous people. This is not just a loss for us. This is a loss for the planet. And I mean, you got AI, you got like people who want to give up being human before even being able to realize like what a spiritual magical being you are. And you want to be a robot? Really? This is the state of the world right now? No, thank you. Like, I want to stay in my, you know, in my temporary human form here that really is spiritual, because we're all spiritual beings and we're all connected. And even though they tried to erase us, they didn't know we're spiritually connected, right? They don't know that. I document like events like all that represent Indigenous people all over. Doesn't matter, Taiwan, Hawaii, like New Zealand, you know, like we all have the same struggles, we all have the same strengths, and we all have the same spiritual solutions. It's so amazing how you can have a teaching way over in New Zealand that is like almost identical to us here. And so I'm just, yeah, I feel really, really grateful. I feel very spiritually refueled. And again, in my language, we say quislap, quislap. So we're all transforming, right? And it's important to hold on to ourselves and each other as we transform.
Yes. Cook's Jam, Melody, and before we move on to Donna, I want to say that this witnessing process is so important to work in a relational way with our people. I've facilitated a lot of Indigenous food sovereignty work over the last 20 years in networks, thousands of people, and the process of reflection means just to reaffirm that I've heard what you said, that I see you. We are not invisible. We are making ourselves visible again in spaces white supremacy has erased us. And through arts and through our stories, we are resting in the intergenerational fatigue of that, and that is where our power is. So thank you for reminding us that we are transforming, and it is through the arts and through these spaces where we nurture that creative energy that we are transforming, and that is our power. So Cook's Jam. And moving on to Donna Jules. Donna Jules embodies a lot of the wisdom of the elders and the grandmothers, the matriarchs, who she has such a calm spirit. And so when I think of resting in that fatigue and that power, that gentle, quiet, humble power, I think of Donna. And so Donna, I'll invite you to share some of your reflections about what you witnessed today. You've got the mic there, yes.
White Donna Jules discussed Kristalin Mutka Nisconlith, Sametsta Nisconlith, near Chase. I just wanted to reflect on the healing that I've learned through all of the people that came with messages through, whether it was yesterday I seen painting, today I seen a lot of stories, I seen dance, I seen performance, and the healing that is going on is much needed in all of our communities. And I'm hoping that this documentary goes out to a lot of our communities, because we are needing it out there. And one of the other pieces I noticed is there's not very many Skakloch and here, and Stamamalt. And I would like to see a little bit more of our men and children involved, because we need to do a lot of healing. We not only emotionally or mentally, we need to do it spiritually. We need a lot of spiritual healing, and we can do that through Secwepemc Territory as well. And I'm happy to see some of our elders here from Nisconnet, Henry, and I'm Lap Usma Uahu. So that was one of the points, and the other point is I went to South Lalem for healing, and one of the areas was we need to work with our hands while we're healing, and that was either or singing or dancing. So I chose my hands, because I don't know why I did that, because I'm all thumbs. But they said that healing taps into who taps into the inner child, and I heard that today. And whether you're, if you look at my writing, it looks like a child's writing. So, or if you draw with your left hand, you know, we did a number of things like that, and it was the hardest time I had at the treatment center. So being here and witnessing all of that is happening today is a big part of healing, and that's what makes me feel that we need to offer more in our communities and bring more people involved in events such as this, offer it more. And the messages that were involved in the what was provided today was protection of our lands, protection of our water, our air, our Stamamalt, Stuklak, and recognizing the parents. I think that is so important through our healing, to heal our communities, and we need to. And no matter where I went here, you know, someone gave me a hug or said hello, or do I want water, or do, you know, and made me feel that I was welcome here. And that is a big part of being a family, being and welcome into a community that I'm not, I don't come very often to, but yeah, so that's one of the things, being family and being on the same journey, whether it's through healing, whether it's through healing through music or dance or painting or whatever the community has to offer, then we need to start promoting that a little bit more, along with, I guess, our families, our partners, our children, our grandchildren. I have the greatest pride in having 5 children. I have 10 grandbabies and 1 great-great-grandbaby, and 1 other special, I call him a person, but he's not a person. Well, he might be a person. That's Marvin. So I just wanted to, he knows all the story of my life. He sits there. He's the most non-judgmental one that in my life, and he likes me anyway. So, and he's my little Shih Tzu dog. Yeah, so he knows all my story of my life, and but that's what I leave today with, a lot of good feelings, a lot of healing, and I'm going to remember the messages that came through the music, the dance, the stories, I've just finished language storytelling, and language has been really hard for me to learn. I could hear it in my head, but when it comes out of my mouth, it's a little bit different. So I'm working on that, and I learned about this tonight, and yeah. So I encourage people to also learn the language. It is also a part of our healing from the residential school, from wherever they told us we cannot. So today, we say you can learn the language, and start now, start today. You're never too late.
Cook's Jam Donna, for reminding us about the children, and yeah, bringing more people along with us, and appreciating all the care and welcoming in this gathering, and community of care. I know Donna stepped up to our Huhualcook Community of Care Committee too, of activating those networks of care and community and bringing that wherever we go. So really, really important words. And so lead into Bernice, AKA Mom for me. And so I'm biased because she's my mother, but she's taught me a lot to do what I do, like to become an activist as part of my healing. And so I know that she always has a lot of laughter. When she was laughing as a kid, we'd hear her laughing and we couldn't tell if it was her or those, you know, they had those laughing bags. And it sounded just like my mom, so you'll know her by that. But yeah, we'll move along to Mom, AKA Bernice.
Thanks, April. I have arthritis, and so I don't dare hold it. And I went to university, and one bad habit I learned there is to write everything down. So I can't do two things at once, so thanks, April. So what I witnessed today is how our land is our culture, is our identity, like mycelium interconnecting, interrelating, the sacredness of who we are, where we are from, what we have been through, our story. Lachlahai. I think I might have said it wrong, Janice, but it's our story in Secwepemc. Of who came here with their manifest destiny, and how they colonized us, assimilated us, and the visions, the paths forward of how we survived. I lost my place. See, I shouldn't do this. How we survived, how we thrive, like the mycelium, the mushroom that cleans the pollution of colonization, like it cleans the pollution of Roundup and other toxins in your yards and on your land, the toxins of colonization. And what I'm seeing is how we are guided by all the ones who told their story today, guided by our original instructions of how to take care of and protect our lands and our territories. When I asked what the last, when they put the last fire out at Standing Rock, I asked what the message was. And I heard that as tribes, we are now to light our own fires. That means we have to take back our responsibility to take care of our lands and protect our people. it's significant that Chief Arvel Looking Horse is the 19th and last keeper of the White Buffalo Calf Woman's Medicine Bundle, where I went to pray for healing of the residential school traumas in my family. And so I think that's very significant, and we do have to pick up our bundles, light our fires, and start taking care of our own people. And I think it's coming because I heard that they're trying to get rid of all the band offices, and it's going to be up to us. And one of my son's other half is working in social welfare now. And I said, how is it going with us taking care of our own kids now? She said, we're not ready. So we have to really pull up our socks, I guess, and really get down to it and pick up our bundles, light our fires, do the transformation that we need to do. We have to. We can't rely on the samats anymore. So guided by our original instructions and generations of ancestral love that brought us here, like the cleansing of mycelium, how we govern ourselves, our way forward, our footprints told in all our stories today to show our youth the way forward. I asked my granddaughter one time, your youth, what do you want? And she said, I want a future, yeah. All my relations.
Yeah, Kuksjam Kika for, I guess, sharing the wisdom and bringing into this space important spiritual people and teachings. The wisdom of that is what moves us to make change, right? As hard and as dark as it is, it's a powerful force for transforming that trauma that we've embodied in this work, or we often embody. And yeah, the future generations, thinking of, yeah, it's scary when we think of the future. And I think everybody on this panel has been motivated for that reason. And so Kuksjam for the reminders, and when we move on to April Thomas, who's one of those frontline direct action powerhouse women, just recently fought in the courts. You know, we go to the courts and we think of Ronnie Dean's work and upholding the law, our law. We are doing that here, and so somebody like April knows that really well. And so I'm looking forward to hear what April wrote reflections you want to share.
Kukchechum, everyone. April Thomas and Quest. My name's April Thomas. I come from Jeskinum. That's called Broken Rock, also known as Canham Lake. And I'm also from Dechel, sugarcane, where my husband is from. But our original people are from Yuchuk Eskin, and they were called a snaring tribe, and they migrated up in Jasper and Tate June and Grand Cache in that area. So that's where my original ancestors come from, and that was passed on to me information about 5 years ago. So, you know, I've done a lot of things in my life that have brought me to this point, and like a lot of the women attested here today, it's really hard because sometimes you really feel like you're alone. And I really, you know, thank Mika for doing this for us. And the Malaman Collective and all the workers, like, this is, sorry, just really moving for me because it's hard to carry on this work, especially, you know, myself. I grew up in both worlds, and my grandparents raised me, and my parents passed away when I was little, and my grandparents were very Catholic, and they taught me how to pray, but they also taught me about the old ones and the old ways and how it used to be, you know, before all this colonization came about. And my grandpa sat on council. He was an AA counselor. He did a lot of things, and as did my grandmother. She was a matriarch, and she did the home birthing, and I spent my whole life growing up on a ranch and farms, growing and living off the land, picking berries. And you know, when we're little kids, we used to live on the land. We would go out all day and night with nothing, and we would still be out there eating berries, drinking the water from the creeks, and you know, finding whatever we could to eat out there, and we would have the best times. And you know, I think about that, and I think about our ancestors, and being in a pivotal place and time, you know, in this world. You know, I'm probably 7th generation from colonization of 500 years ago, so I got to witness and learn what our people, our ancestors have gone through in the past 500 years, and they really suffered and they really hurt for our people, for us to be here today. And then I look around and I see our people and how colonized and assimilated they are, and they're all scared and sleeping, and they don't know what to do, and you know, they believe in our ways, but at the same time are being bought out by the colonial system. They're buying up all of our chiefs, and they're buying up all of our people, even our spiritual people, and they're using them as weapons against us in the court systems. They're using them against us, you know, on the ground when we're trying to protect and care for our land. Like, we can't even go and perform a ceremony on our own land without getting a permit or permission, and that's not right. And they're trying to assimilate our people into a 4th level of government, like Bernice was talking about. They want to make us municipal governments, and they're using bands like the Kamloops and Williams Lake Indian Band, and they're transforming them with land codes and treaties and specific claims and court cases and additions to reserves, and all in the name of self-government and self-determination. Those are for us. Those are our original ways. Those are our laws that they're using to build up these constructs to dismantle our ways of being, that are traditional governing systems that are no longer in operation. And we talked about this in our meetings over the past couple days, about how we need to stand up our people again. We need to stand up our matriarchs again. We need to stand up our elders, the women's circles. We need to teach our ways, our roles, and our responsibilities to be caretakers and protectors of the land. And so I think about us presently, and presently I too, I have 3 kids. I got 10 grandkids. I got about 30 nieces and nephews. Most of them have been orphaned. Most of them lost their parents to drugs and alcohol. And I've lost brothers and sisters through this fight. And what hurts me the most now is that I'm losing my kids. I just lost 2 nieces to overdose. I lost a nephew. He poisoned himself with alcohol. And these things are real. And it's not just me, it's all of our people. They've targeted our people. They're committing genocide on our people, and our people need to recognize that, because it really hurts to lose our babies, and they need us. Those are our next 7 generations to come. And all the advocacy and activist work that I do, I don't do it because I chose to do it. I do it because those were my original teachings from my Ka'az and Ba'az, who told me that you're really smart and you speak well, and our people are going to need you one day, and you're going to have to sacrifice yourself, and you have to do the work. You have to listen to the elders and the women when they tell you what to do. You have to do it. And that's what we have to teach to our kids, our men, our warriors, our young girls. We need to teach them not just how to protect and care for the land, but we need to teach them how to protect themselves and care for themselves so that we can all love each other just like we are here. And, you know, since I've been here, I felt nothing but love, and I too feel validated, because it was really hard going 5 years, going up against a Trans Mountain Pipeline, and there was 8 of us, and then there was 4 of us who went to BC Supreme Court of Appeal. Miranda Dick went. She went and appealed her sentencing, and 3 of us went and appealed our convictions. And the whole 5 years, like for the first half, I self-represented 8 of us. And I told them at the beginning, it's very important that we do this. It's going to be hard. If you can't do it, then don't join us. You know, just plead guilty, and you'll probably get let off easy. But they said, no, when we stood with you on the land and we're standing up Secwepemc law, that's what we're standing up, and that's what we stand by. So these 8 people, thank you. So in the end, we went to the Court of Appeal, and I looked back, and it was really important that we went and did that self-representing, because if we had a lawyer, they would never allow us to say, we're standing on Secwepemc law, we're standing on unceded territories, you don't have the right or authority or jurisdiction to make decisions or injunctions over our people, and then turn around and threaten to put me in jail for trespassing. That's not happening. So I really feel good about being here, especially after going through those 5 years, because I, you know, sacrificed a lot of my life for that, and, you know, and maybe I'm a black sheep amongst, I guess, band office people, but you know.
Join the club.
Oh, sorry, time's up. But yeah, I really thank everybody for being here, and I'm really, you know, thankful for all the people that stood with us through and through, and I hope that from this work that's begun here, we'll be able to, you know, create bigger circles and stronger circles for our future and for our ancestors and for us to learn to love and care for ourselves and the land. Cookschetchum.
Cookscham, April. Just kind of reflecting back the importance and the significance of like the hard work of frontline, protecting our land and our way of life, our foods, our water. We know it's not easy work, but what I've heard is that in addition to nurturing the creative energy that's transforming the darkness around that storm that's killing our salmon and our land and our foods, that what I heard April say is that just being here, she feels supported in doing that work, because yeah, we all know as activists here that it's not a 9-to-5 job, and we can't just say, oh, I'm tired of this now, and we quit because it's too hard. We keep showing up the way April and many other of the warriors in our communities have done out of deep, deep love for our way of life. So Cookscham, April. And I know that Georgia was invited up here to take time, but I think it would be wrong to not have her share. So, and she's a young person, you know, this is her future too. She's a leader. She's stepping up to this work with the Working Group on Indigenous Food Sovereignty that I've been curating for about 20 years. So do you feel comfortable? I'm putting you on the spot, or am I? But you're welcome to share a few reflections.
Wait, Kukwaltip, Squest Georgia Jules. My parents are Donna Jules and John Jules. I grew up on Nisconlith, and I'm from Skeechiston as well. And stepping into this work, I onboarded with the Working Group on Indigenous Food Sovereignty, and it's been a a beautiful experience, and that realizing what Indigenous food sovereignty and healing our people is, and doing this work, I had a lot of reflections, and I grew up in the garden with elders, my grandmothers, and my Kaz in the community, and it's opening my eyes on those old stories and teachings I lost somewhere. And so it's slowly integrating in my life and becoming healthier and stronger. And I love coming to these events and being together, and working together. And it's just a real eye-opener for me that there's lots of work in all areas that need to happen. And being together here today, I see it's coming. We're coming together, we're doing this work, and I can't wait to see what we'll do next. Cooksjam.
Cooksjam, Georgia, she's not only works with us, she is of service, and she knows she's been taught well, so you bring some powerful wisdom from your ancestors. It's important to acknowledge that. So, Cooksjam for the opportunity. I guess that's a wrap. Yeah, Cooksjam, everybody. Salton.
What powerful words coming from what powerful people. Thank you. Keep it going. Round of applause. Thank you so much. Hi. Thank you. I'll take it. Oh. Wow. The Confluence has to be my favorite time of the year. It really does. Just because we get to hear these words and to experience these people in the way they want to be presented. We have one thing left for you today, but before we do that, we could take another little break. Let's get that music back on. Live stream, we're just going to pause for about 10 minutes. Last break of the day, go stretch your legs, go check out the sun, go hang out, say hi to someone you haven't seen before, and then we will have our last thing of the day. We'll have a good dinner, and we'll be ready to go for tomorrow, which we are really excited about tomorrow. So, Confluence Day 1 is almost to a wrap, and oh man, what a ride. Thank you guys. Enjoyed your break. We have one last thing for you today, and it is all about the two rivers. Before we get started on that, though, I just want to tell you a little bit of a story. I used to work for a different, for the last 20 years, actually, I've been in this industry of arts industry and doing administrative stuff as a director, as a producer, as a musician, as all this kind of things. Predominantly worked in the non-Indigenous sector for a number of years and kind of learned the ropes there. But I've always had such a heart for my people, and I've always wanted to be able to give back. And I used to work for a different arts organization as a producer and a curator, and they sent me to a little conference called the Confluence a couple of years ago. And this is where I met the Two Rivers family, and I instantly fell in love. And it was the conference part of it. Afterwards, I actually went to the Two Rivers Remix Festival later that summer. And I got to experience what the actual festival was, and I was blown away. And I was instantly fell in love, and I was like, this is awesome. And the crew is such a family, and the way that this organization runs itself is a grassroots organization. It is an organization with heart. And I just want to publicly right now just give a shout out to the best crew in the world. Please give it up for the Two Rivers crew. There is about 30 of us who put this together. This is no easy feat. All these bells and whistles here, it's not an easy job, and they work very, very hard. And they all love this company so much, and they pour themselves into this company. And that is how I found Two Rivers, is just by experiencing and falling in love. And I've been with that company ever since that main feast that we first got to. And it has been my pleasure to kind of see the growth and join the team and kind of work my way into a position where I could utilize all of my skills in the right way that I've built over the last few years. And it just makes so much sense that this company that has given so much to so many people that I get to now kind of serve the Indigenous community. So it is such a privilege and an honor to be a part of the Two Rivers team. And I thank Mika Morgan for that as well. Goodness. Oh. Anyway, we are a grassroots organization at heart. I want to make that clear. We have our people at the front and center. We acknowledge the people who live on the land rather than the land. We want to involve the communities as much as we can. We want their input as much as we can in curating. We want to bring these healing events to the community. And it takes a whole village to do that. That's why we're called the Two Rivers Remix Society, because we have so many other things that are not just a music festival. We have things that, like the Confluence. We have things like this Elders Council that we've just established. We're having a youth program implemented. We're having a wellness program implemented. We are doing all this really great work, and it is just incredible to see the growth. And the company itself has definitely gone through a lot of changes and a lot of rocky roads just because it grew so fast, because the idea is so large. And now we are working our best. We're putting everything we have into this year to make all of our events so spectacular and so well curated and so special that we want to establish ourselves as one of the largest and most successful all Indigenous music festivals in Canada. So we're going to try really, really, really hard to do that. And in order to do that, we have to establish ourselves as the concept. And in order to do that, we have to tell everybody all of the concepts that we have at our, I don't want to say disposal because that's not the right word, at our helm, I guess. And so the Two Rivers Remix has 4 pillar projects. You are at one of them right now. And one is the Confluence, which is our conference of cultural and knowledge exchange, where activators, innovators, trailblazers come together who use storytelling to inspire community change, and we share their ideas and highlight their ideas in this format. We gather all our friends and we come to a beautiful nation and we share these ideas over a few days, and that's what we're doing right now. We also have the Movable Feast, which is, of course, our traveling music festival where we go to isolated communities and put on a Coachella-style music festival for them so that people can come as they are and gather and celebrate and heal and enjoy the contemporary Indigenous arts and culture that is today. And, you know, we have some really good headliners out there, and we have relationships with all of these people, and they are awesome, and they love working with us. And we want to make sure that they get a chance to celebrate being Indigenous as well, because the spaces that they operate from are spaces that usually have a non-Indigenous kind of theme. So they are in competition with their non-Indigenous cohort. And we have a spot at the table now, and we're getting recognized now. And it's due to the work of people like Mika Morgan and the other amazing, amazing trailblazers in the arts industry who came before me to do this work, to provide the platform for Indigenous artists to do their work. And the Movable Feast is a perfect amalgam and like a exemplary notion of the healing power of art. We also have, thank you. We have our Two Rivers Remix Festival, which is our planted music festival. This one is usually a little bit longer. It's usually a little bit bigger. We choose a urban setting where we kind of plant ourselves, build a giant circus, have a bunch of things, and it's usually a 2 to 3 day music festival, and you come back every day. It's been held in Kamloops a couple times. We're thinking about moving it around here and there. But it's kind of the marquee thing, and it's the one that started the Two Rivers Remix to be into what it is today. And that is kind of the one we like to offer the most to, where we plant ourselves and say, everyone come and eat with us, come and feast with us. And that is kind of the difference between the two music festivals, is we have the one that we go there, and then we have the one that you come here. And so there is a difference. And the funders know that too. But we also have one final sorry, not final. We're going to do more pillar projects, but we've had an addition of a new core project for the Two Rivers remix. And I'd like to invite Artistic Director Mika Morgan to come speak on our newest venture, the Malaman Space. Mika. So we want to emphasize healing at these gatherings. We want to emphasize community at these gatherings. We want to emphasize these things. And so the Malaman Space is the opportunity to provide that space and time. And I will let Mika kind of describe some of the intent behind our newest core project.
Cook's Jam. So I wanted to take this moment to express or tell a little bit of the story of the origins of the Malaman Space. I was working on a project that started in 2007 with a Lebanese artist named Jay Saloom. And it was to do 3 years of collaborative art and music workshops. But at first they were only art, visual art and writing. And when we brought in music through Rob Hall, who's a part of the Malaman Collective, the participants were really drawn to it, and so we started a little studio there, and we ended up developing an album. But before that happened, one of our guest artists, George Ignace, aka Gio, the voice, I should actually acknowledge our logo here. This is our new logo. That was designed and created by Gio and Ronnie Dean Harris. So let's give a hand for that. But when he had come to the workshops, Rob was saying, well, you should hire him because he knows way more than me about GarageBand. And so we hired him on, and ever since then, we've been working together. But the reason that we created the Malaman Collective after that project was because the youth were saying, what's going to happen after this? And we hadn't actually thought about that. The fact that we had developed these bonds. And so we created a project that developed the Malaman Collective, where we went to each of the communities. Instead of asking them to come to a studio in an urban space, we went to the communities and did art and music with them. And so that's how we ended up going to Secwepemc Territory and doing a lot of work there with the youth. And that's how I met Gordon Murray, who is my co-founder of Two Rivers Remix and the managing producer. Let's give him a hand. Hopefully he's watching online. Love you, Gordon. Healing to you, Gordon. He had recognized in our group that we were examples of the living, continually evolving Indigenous culture, and we decided to collaborate on doing Two Rivers Remix. And we had 2 years of that, where we would do a youth project 3 to 6 to 8 weeks sometimes before the festival, and the creations that were made at that project, in those projects, became the central focus of the festival itself. And so art in many forms was a creation of the Malaman Space. So that's why we called it the Malaman Space. It was based on those ideas, Malaman meaning medicine, and our Secwepemc. And once we started to do the Movable Feast, going into communities, we didn't want to feel like we were just going in there, putting on a show and coming out. We wanted to develop a relationship with them. So having the Malaman Space before our events allows us to get to know the community, to build more of a relationship with them, and for them to get to know us. And I think that's probably about all I have to say right now, because I don't want Josh to give me side eye.
Oh, you're not getting side eye. Thank you, Mika. So, again, to just reiterate, the Malaman Space is the space where we provide a platform for kinship. And we want people to be together and to have conversations and make connections and make the network. It's a space where we can just be together and be Indigenous. Hola, right on. And so with those 4 projects, we have the Two Rivers Remix Society's main pillars. Sorry, bundles, my bad. But within those bundles, we have a lot of supporting projects that we are employing to develop these relationships with the community. And there's one that's very, very special to us that we are paying much more attention to because it is very, very important to our work. And so, without further ado, I'd like to bring up the Community Connectors team. This is Shay Paul and Kula Lewis. And we're just going to have a little chat about an amazing, amazing project called the Community Connectors. When I came to Two Rivers, there was, a Community Connectors project, but it really didn't have too much shape and it didn't have a mold. It had the idea and the intent. And it is very important for us when we go into a community that we go in there with the utmost respect. And in order to do that, you have to build a relationship first. You can't just go in there guns blazing, say that we have a music festival, can we bring it to your community? We have to go acknowledge their land and their protocol and the people and their elders and try to share with them and feast with them and do it in the good and proper Indigenous way. And the way that we found that we can do that is through the Community Connectors program, which our goal, and Shay will talk about it, is to have someone from the communities that we work with represent the community and also represent Two Rivers. So with that in mind, we want to bridge the gap between our company and the nation. Our company and the nation. Because these events take a lot of planning and a lot of preparation and a lot of logistic work to put together and months and months and months and months of prep. And then we have to fund the thing, and then we have to staff the thing, and then we have to do the thing, and then we have to, battle our electric trucks to get to the places. And it's a very, very large undertaking, and it's something that we at Two Rivers cannot do alone. And so the Community Connectors we want to employ to connect with the community. And it's something that is kind of a new model. And it's something that hasn't really been done by too many Indigenous organizations before. And it's something that we found to be much needed for us and the communities to put on these amazing healing gatherings. And so with that being said, it's come to kind of fruition in our clear attention that the Community Connectors project needs a little bit of foundation and stability. And just with our kind of working order and how we're operating, we are usually kind of catching up to the projects, and we are trying our best to support and do the work, at the front. And we've been kind of just running and running and running without taking a breath to kind of give the company some air and some room to breathe. And so, as somebody who acknowledged the importance of the Community Connectors project early on when I started with the company, I quickly realized its importance, and I tried my best to help this project as much as I could. But just due to the nature of what we were doing, I actually didn't have the capacity to properly support this important work. And so we've been on the hunt for the last little while to put the correct team in the right place to make sure that this project has the legs and the stability that it needs. And let me tell you, we have found that team, and they are sitting on this stage right now. Yes. Mika mentioned something about Gordon Murray, and he is our managing producer, and he's the one who introduced me to Shay Paul. And he's been trying for years and years and years, how do we get Shay? How do we get Shay? How do we get Shay? Shay's always been too busy. Shay's like, I'm busy. And she's been such a support with our vendor markets and our outreach to, you know, the outside kind of artisan community. She has her own not-for-profit society that deals with other kind of artisans and the amazing work that she does. Her organization skills, me and her are cut from the same cloth, I do believe, and we work very well together. And I truly believe that this team right here is the actual launch of this amazing work. And I'm going to turn it over to Shay to give you the brand new vision of a very important project.
White Huaitip, Shay Paulins West to Kamloops to Akwin. I was born and raised in Kamloops, and I have lived and grown up in this territory my entire life. So I am very thankful and honored to have traveled all the way from Kamloops to Enderby to join you here today. But it was a beautiful, beautiful drive out here this morning, and I just love the setting and the architecture that's here and the fact that this facility is even available to us. So Cook's Jam to the host and for the community having us here, because this is incredible. I also just wanted to preface a little bit for those who don't know me or don't know what I do, just who I am and what I'm doing and why I'm involved in this project in the first place. As Josh mentioned, I've been kind of involved with Two Rivers off and on for the last few years, mostly as the artisan market manager. I am an artist myself. I started doing vendor circuits as, you know, this teenager in high school, and gradually started putting on my own little markets until I started doing larger scale festivals such as the main feast with Two Rivers, and that has always been an incredible experience. And the relationships that I've built with the artists are something that holds really strong and that I still have to this day with a lot of the artists. Other than that, I am an undergraduate in sociology with a focus in social research, and my background is actually in community-based participatory research with Indigenous communities. So I have been a research assistant in a number of different projects that have taken me all the way out to Mexika-Tenochka Lake and Mexika First Nation in the Northwest Territories. I worked in Degagoti Territory in the Northwest Territories for a few months, all around community consultation and capacity building in Indigenous food sovereignty and food security. So that's kind of my into research, but since then I am turning a lot to arts-based research. So sitting down with communities and talking about arts infrastructure within those communities, talking about where there are gaps in resources or accessibility. I'm actually working on a research project right now that's analyzing that kind of environmental kind of status in the Kamloops area. So that's where my research is and why I'm kind of involved in this capacity, because I like getting in and talking to people and talking to communities about what it is that they might need and seeing what kind of resources we can match make from there. Because if there's anything that I've learned from my work and my background in research, it's that myself coming in, I am just a tool for the community to use. I am not coming in to try and make changes. I'm not coming in to try and suggest this and look at that and tell people what it is that they need or that they don't need. That's not my place. And so I felt that this position with Two Rivers was very much along that line of working with communities to find out what it is that they have access to, what it is they don't have access to, because no one knows a community better than the people who are living there. And I think that is really, really important for this program. So when we're kind of looking at what it is to be a community connector and what that looks like moving forward with Two Rivers, as Josh kind of started introducing, it's building capacity between the communities and Two Rivers Remix Society. It's figuring out the relationship there, and it's also empowering certain individuals who are, participating as a connector, because the goal with this is to pinpoint people that might be in a position to want to learn more. We see this very much as a mentorship opportunity or a leadership opportunity. The ideal goal is to have someone from a host community who is looking to build their skills, who is looking to step into a more leadership role or to expand on their experiences, expand on their expertise, and to build on something that they're interested in. And hopefully that's within the arts and culture, and hopefully that's within events, because that's the basis of it. Is if we were to summarize everything down to the bare bones, the program is looking at finding individuals to give them the support to put on events in their community, to really wrap it up all nicey-nicey. But the way that I see it, it's so much more nuanced than that, because it is about relationship building, it is about capacity, and it is about not only that personal capacity of the individual that we're going to be working with, but analyzing and looking at the community capacity of the places that we're serving. And that goes hand in hand. Like I said before, it's the people from that community that know the best. They're gonna know what sort of environmental factors there are. Maybe there's a certain venue that looks fantastic, but it's actually located on a floodplain. Maybe there's safety concerns that aren't maybe usual in other communities, but it's something that is a high concern in this specific community. But without that context, without that connector to tell the organizers in Two Rivers some of these things, then, what kind of event are we putting on? So I think that touches on a lot of the things that I had scribbled down on my notes for now, and I would love for Kula to have a chance to introduce herself.
What? Okay. Isquis Kula, Lewis, Quintal, and Kamapalux, but more specifically Sincluchtan, which is 6 miles from the junction. So there's a story for that too. My name is Kula, and I come from, Callie's my sister, I come from head of the Okanagan Lake. I grew up everywhere. I've been realizing that I spent a lot of time all over the place, and I have a little bit of experience in all kinds of things. I'm here with this great team and this great organization, this great movement. I've been able to be involved with Two Rivers Remix since 2023 with a project that I worked on with Lee White and Brandon Hesselin, the Cultivate pilot project, which is sort of the catalyst for a lot of this work to really identify how Two Rivers Remix is going to be sustainable. So understanding the environment, the current environment in terms of access to resources to host and produce these shows. So that's what that work was doing, is how do we look at the impact in community from social perspectives as well. So how do we look at that? And so my role was to support the work and the engagement, and that's what we did. We were able to interview over 60 we had over 60 one-to-one interviews. We were able to talk to the audience, the artists, the crew, the community connectors, everybody. And right then, after that whole experience in Kamloops at the main feast, I knew that this was some pretty special work. Never in the work that I've done have I ever seen pretty much unanimously across everybody the experience and the same theme of their experience as joy and healing. And every time I come to another Two Rivers show, it's the same thing. And so that's really what kept me so intrigued, but also really grateful for Two Rivers bringing me back to support additional work. But in this project, I support the Two Rivers Remix Community Connectors project team with bringing the insights from Cultivate through strategic visioning to the Community Connector program development. My background, I have a business background, that's my education, but I've also spent quite a bit of time in politics. I spent time on the front lines as well, shutting down railroad tracks, occupying our watershed, rallying wherever, any rally. I did a lot of work with missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls file. I came to this community, which is the last time I was here really, to help search for Caitlin Potts. And yeah, so just a lot of different experience. I really appreciate, like, communication is very valuable to me, and it's so important. It's the core of who we are as people. The core of the work of Two Rivers Remix is the community connectors. That's what I've learned about Two Rivers is in their mission and their vision is to empower communities and build capacity in communities to expand the Indigenous arts ecosystem, but at the same time creating space for what we're seeing here today, what we've seen in other shows, is the resurgence. And so we're seeing our people who are working on initiatives, projects, direct action in community, and as we've heard today, a safe space to, and a place of relation for that. And so the Community Connectors program is, I think, a very key role in that, and you will see, I really believe that through the program you're going to see a lot of the vision of Two Rivers Remix coming forward in terms of building capacity and creating this whole ecosystem of Indigenous arts. I think that's another perspective that I heard from artists, is that they really appreciated a space for themselves and to see themselves, and to be treated so well, and a high caliber production. And so I've just really enjoyed my time with Two Rivers Remix. I'm looking forward to contributing to this project. I think it's really important. I think it's going to be a great launch, and I'm looking forward to what Two Rivers Remix does next. So thank you for having me. Why?
Yeah, I see this project as just being such a conduit of especially for the information and the knowledge and it reminds me of Indigenous, I can't remember what quote it was, but how when a person has a vision, they have to dance the vision for the people so that the people can see it and believe it. And so I feel like that's part of the work that we're doing. And with the community connectors, it was born from, you know, one or two people having to do all of that work. And it's the work of connecting, because it's so, you have to be so tender, and you have to walk really delicately and gingerly, even in our own communities, but especially into other communities and even into other nations. But it's been such an incredible opportunity to learn other nations' protocols, and to really reach out and connect with them, to ask them to help us to be guided in that work. And so as soon as we started to think about launching the project, and especially getting Shay and Kula on board, was like, I could feel, the weight kind of leaving my body, and having it have the attention that it needs to be able to, for us to expand in these really good ways that we want to. And so, yeah, we have tried to get Shay for a long time.
We finally got her.
She was
She's
so
ours
instrumental.
now.
She has an incredible project called the Indigenous Resurgence Project, and that's how we became aware of her as well, as through that work. And Kula coming on as for the Cultivate project, it was really incredible to read some of that research, because it's one thing to be involved in the organizing of these events, and as well as an artist and as an observer and a witness, but in all that busyness, you often you don't acknowledge the things that have gone on. So to read that in this research, especially the impacts and the quotes from the elders and from the artists and from the audience and the crew, it was just beautiful. Like, I think oftentimes organizers, we need to see those impacts in some other way than sometimes witnessing it, because we're so busy in the midst of it. So once Kula was introduced to us through that, and then Kula actually said, hey, I used to hang out with your little sister. And then I realized that I knew Kula's dad, and that they lived in our territory for a while, and then I was like, oh my gosh, I remember you. So that was a really beautiful experience too, and I'm really delighted to have both of you on board on this project. So can we give a nice hand to these two amazing
To the
women?
Community Connectors team. We have a team now. That's awesome. Keep it going. I just want to acknowledge that this team is actually down one member due to a mysterious illness. Nolan Gichon could not be here today. He didn't want to spread whatever he has, and his whole household had it. And Nolan is a wonderful young example of what Two Rivers is all about. He's pretty much planned the Seidel Dell Movable Feast, and he's kind of taken that responsibility by the horns and really just kind of driven it to this point, and he's helped raise a lot of money for our festival, for the one on Indigenous Day proper, which you're all invited to, by the way, at one of the resorts. And the attention that he's put into that and the care that he's put into that is kind of the work of a community connector, of what we kind of want. And he is definitely with the right people, and he's learning a lot from us, and he is actually teaching us as well, because he is such a meek and gentle but passionate individual, and he's missed so dearly. He's also a filmmaker and does a lot of photography, so he's an artist as well. And we miss him, because he's supposed to be working here today doing some BTS, and I'm sure some of you had some conversations with him, but he'll be back for the next one, because he's hosting the next one. So we wish Nolan the best. And Nolan, if you're watching, man, we miss you, brother. And we're happy you're a part of the team. And the three of them, like Mika said, took the kind of weight off of Mika's shoulders and everyone else's shoulders, and we finally have the confidence that this is in a good and very, very, very forward driving place to be very successful. And we have a lot of plans, we have a lot of workshops, and a lot of getaways. We have a lot of things planned for the community connectors to learn those leadership things, public speaking. We have, we're designing all of that programming to offer those people. So for those of you who are in a community who have, community members, we want the community to ideally nominate somebody who they think would be a good community connector and send them to us. And then we can kind of go from there. So how's it? I see you looking. You got someone in mind? We'll talk about it later. Bonaparte, So if you have somebody in mind that you think, from your own community, that you want to be nominated to work with this amazing team, that is kind of the goal. So if we have to go to the bush and drag someone out, we will. But if you send someone to us, it'll be a little bit easier. And that's what we kind of want to inspire today. And giving this project the legs it deserves is kind of the next step in making this company a really, really shining and a shining star and a pillar of Indigenous healing gatherings, modern ones, because we want to acknowledge the trailblazers before us and hold their values very carefully. And we also want to provide a new and current platform to highlight the evolutionary kind of aspect of Indigenous culture of today. And it's through all of these things and through all of these little pathways that we have kind of made Two Rivers what it is today. And for those of you who do not know what a confluence is, it is the point in which two rivers flow together and meet. And that is, I believe, why it's named the Confluence, because we're on the bank of two rivers in Lytton.
Plus, we don't like the word conference.
And
we just like confluence.
Confluence. The meeting place. Yes, thank you. So that, I believe, is our program for the day. We do have dinner. You all are way more than welcome to stay. It's going to be served in about half an hour. But please, please, please enjoy each other's company. Let's go have some chats. If you have a community in mind that you want to talk to the Community Connector team about, please do. I've also allotted some time. I don't know if you guys want it. I know they don't, but I'll put them on the spot. Does anybody have any questions for the Community Connectors team? We'll do a little Q&A if you guys want to. If not, we'll just get to the party. Go ahead, Skula.
Oh, I was just going to say, Josh, why don't you tell them about the movie?
Oh, no. Oh, okay, goodness. Cool, why'd you do that? So currently right now I'm in pre-production for a feature film. Thank you. It's called Smudge the Blades. It is a coming-of-age hockey tale about a AAA team from Treaty 6, starring Paulina Alexis from Reservation Dogs. We actually, the Confluence is usually at the end of March, and my shooting schedule is at the end of March, so the Two Rivers team have graciously kind of moved the Confluence a little bit back.
Never
again, so that I could make it. And as soon as this is over, I'm driving back to Vancouver, and then I'm taking the first flight on Monday morning at 6 a.m. to be back at my production office at 9 a.m. Alberta time on Monday morning, where I will have 1 week to finish pre-production, and then we have 6 weeks of shooting, 30 shooting days, many of which have setups as large as this, and we have a crew just a little bit larger, and we're very, very excited. We had some very, very exciting news. I can't tell you too much more about it, but we're very, very excited, and I cannot wait to drop the
Pray for him.
The news that I got today on everybody, because it's very exciting. So I've been kind of taking care of emails and stuff back there listening to this and kind of trying to do both jobs at the same time. But we're very, very excited to be doing, again, work that tells Indigenous stories from Indigenous people the way they want to do it. That is my whole life's goal, is to provide a platform, a sparkling, shining platform for our people to shine. And apparently that's through things like music festivals and film. And I am more, like Shay said, I'm more like a vehicle. I identify more like a machine than a human being, unfortunately. But it is my honor to truly and utterly give myself to the people that have raised me and my ancestors and the generations to come. So thank you for putting me on the spot, Kula. But that's my, I moonlight as a movie producer, and I'm currently doing both jobs right now, so that's about it. But
he likes to punish himself.
I like to punish myself
Don't be
with lots of
fooled.
work. So, as I was saying before, I told you about the movie. Does anybody have any sort of questions for us or the Community Connectors team? We'd love to open up the floor for a couple of minutes, take a couple of questions, maybe we can answer. If not, we'll get that playlist back on, we'll get some conversations rolling, and we'll just come down and talk to you guys ourselves. What do you think? Yeah? All right, let's do that. Well, with that being said, Mika, do you have any closing remarks that you want to say, or do we want to close it in prayer? Do we want to invite one of our elders up?
You know what? I would like to ask if Marlene would come say a closing prayer. Is that okay, Marlene?
Speaking of being put on the spot,
I know.
The other busiest woman in show business is being put on the spot currently. Once again, Shane Kula, guys. Give it a round of applause.
Give him a hand.
Whew. So what did you guys think of Confluence Day 1? Yes, lots of really good stuff. Amazing, amazing, amazing. We're very, very excited for Confluence Day 2. We had a really amazing panel last time, or amazing presentation by Don Morrison at our first Confluence part. And then it was so good, we are doing it bigger and better. We're adding more people, and we're expanding on, because the topic of food sovereignty is so crucial, and we cannot wait to do it. We also have Chief Rampanen and some people from a certain little thing. I don't like spoilers. I want you guys to be surprised, but we have a very, very special day lined up for you. And of course, our special Movable Feast showcase on Saturday, where the artists are going to perform and tell their story at the same time. So this one's really, really special to us. We're so happy that you have been a part of it. We are so happy to continue the work tomorrow. Please tell everybody that you know to come on the live stream if they can't make it in person. Please, let's make sure that Jeremy Dutcher knows that the Indigenous people are here to support all the work. VirtualFeast.ca. VirtualFeast.ca is where you can find the live stream. And we're just going to close the day as we opened it in a good way by turning to our trailblazers before us to close it out.
Thank you, Josh. Skyze, Denise, Zakoze. Ladies and gentlemen and distinguished guests, I'm Arlene Hale, and I'm from the Wet'suwet'en Nation. However, doing a prayer was a little bit of a shock, because I left the Catholic Church, and I'm searching for those words. I'm searching for solace in that way. I've asked my elders and my matriarchs, I will follow their words. And she has a prayer for me to continue. Okay. Do you have some words for me? Oh, yeah. I'm going to follow your words. to the Creator. Thank you for your love and guidance and for all what you have given up for us today on this confluence, and to continue the last remaining days that we have, and to all of us go home on our journey in our ways wherever we come from. In a way we have come with to here. It was just with a full heart and love for everyone, and the love for the people who have put this together, from the youth to the youngers, to all the elders, to all the wisdom keepers, to each and every one of you. Masai, thank you so much. Thank you for the words. Thank you.
Number one. With that being said, we're just going to get ready for dinner to be started. I'll come back on the mic. Again, I'd love for our elders to be served first, because they should be served first, and then the rest of us can eat together. But we just want to acknowledge, you know, that respect that we want our elders to be taken care of first and foremost, and in symbol and in practice. So I hope you enjoyed the day. Let's get that playlist back on. Let's get some conversations and stay with us and eat. Congratulations. We'll see you in the morning. Thank you.
Over 1,000 of us. We had that same feeling, but we didn't realize it.